Good morning. My name is Suzanne Jaworowski. I'm Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. This is day 2 for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission interviews for commissioner positions. We have a full day of interviews. Today we're starting with Clayton Miller. We will have interviews at 10:30, 11:20. We will break from 12:05 to 1:05 for lunch. Then we'll have interviews at 1:05, 1:55, 2:45, and 3:35. What we'll do, Mr. Miller, you'll be our first interview today. The nominating committee is here. We will each introduce ourselves individually, and then we'll ask you to introduce yourself and share what you'd like to share about your career, why you're here, kind of an introductory statement, and then we'll start with some questions. Sound good?
Very good. Thank you.
Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Good morning, Mr. Miller. Lindsay Hake.
Morning.
Grant Smith.
Rachel Hazaray.
Good morning, Corey Cochran.
Morning. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's an honor to be made it to this round of interviews, and to I look forward to your questions. It's a special treat for me to be here in the Les Duval courtroom because I knew Les not very well because he had already left the commission by the time I was working there, but I'm an admirer of him for his career and the way he carried himself. I'm also much more accustomed to being in your seats at what we think of as counsel's table rather than the witness stand, but understand that is certainly this process. I grew up in Muncie, Indiana. After high school, I spent 4 years attending college out east, and then worked 3 years in Washington, D.C. before returning to Indiana for law school down in Bloomington. Jumping to today, and I'll cover the interim later. Last month, I celebrated my 5-year anniversary as a solo lawyer here in Indianapolis, where I focus my practice on utility-related matters, also estate planning, and the occasional civil appeal. One of the questions that was asked of all candidates is, what does it mean to be a public service? Why am I interested? Public servant, why am I interested in this role? 32 years ago, I started my legal career in public service, clerking for Indiana's Chief Justice at the time, Randy Shepard. He was a great mentor to me, and then I had the privilege of serving for 4 years as the Chief Administrative Law Judge at the IURC. Before moving back to Washington, D.C., which is where I had worked on Capitol Hill for 3 years between college and law school, I worked as an attorney at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission back when they had an Office of Public Utility Regulation. In each of those roles, my client was ultimately the public. I relished that challenge as well as the experience it gave me. I then worked for the past 25 years in private practice advocating for particular clients. The roles are certainly different. In the context of the IURC, I see public service encompassing a sensitivity not only to the impact the Commission's orders on the state's business climate, but also on the pensioner living on a fixed income. To cite just 2 examples. Turning next to the why I'm interested in this particular appointment, it has been a great privilege to have clients trust me as their counsel and to advocate for their interests and to pay me for my time. But my long-term hope has been to return to public service in a significant role, spending the final chapter of my career advocating for the public interest. I turned 60 earlier this year, and I'd like to work for another 5 to 8 years before retiring. I have friends leading very satisfying professional lives after leaving much more lucrative law practices than mine to undertake challenging and stimulating but less remunerative work for the state or nonprofit entities. My parents were educators and were certainly also a great influence on me. Among the values they imparted was the importance of giving back and finding satisfaction in doing work that doesn't necessarily involve chasing only monetary rewards. Finally, giving back can take different forms. I have a long track record of engagement as a volunteer on behalf of my neighborhood, my city, my church, my alma maters, and my profession. I also realize that even after taking a pay cut, if appointed to the IURC, I would be compensated more than many of the Hoosiers paying my salary. I know my father, who died last year and whose own background was economically disadvantaged, would have been proud of me for stepping outside my comfort zone to apply for this position, and he'd be even more proud if I am so fortunate as to be selected for this important public post. Thank you for indulging me, Madam Chair, and that I promise none of my other answers are likely to be that long.
Thank you, sir. Nominating committee, does anybody want to get things started?
Good morning, Clayton. Ms. Clay, excuse me. You just mentioned that this is outside of your comfort zone. Do you want to touch on that and tell us why?
Sure. So I have developed my practice, as I mentioned, over 25 years. I have client relationships, and if I were to be appointed, I would need to leave those behind. And so that would be stepping out into a different role. It's also a much more public role, although I've had opportunities to represent clients in plenty of public fora. It's not the same thing as being an appointed public official. And so I recognize that there are differences and that it would be a different setting. There are some limitations that I would recognize that are part of the application process, including overt support for causes that I might care about in some instances. But I've considered those, and those are outweighed by my excitement at the prospect of this opportunity. It will be challenging, but I think immensely satisfying.
Just to continue on that, I noticed that you, many years ago, served in the role of an ALJ, but you've been advocating for a single side ever since then. And I'm just wondering now, pivoting back to that, are you ready to be a neutral arbiter of the facts and the evidence? And how would you weigh that and balance that between, the utilities that you've maybe represented in the past and ratepayers?
Well, thank you for the question. I'll note that as an ALJ, I was also a neutral, and working within the commission, I was not in a role as an advocate. I didn't have as much independence, of course, as a commissioner would have, because I worked for the 5 commissioners, but it was certainly a neutral role. And then, yes, I became an advocate for a variety of clients. Earlier in my career, I represented some large utilities, some of the investor-owned utilities in the state. More recently, I've had opportunities to represent individual customers, smaller client groups, or even some large consumers, a couple of steel mills over the years. Represented a homeowners association, advocating for a particular result from their utility, and some advocacy groups intervening in utility cases. So I would hope I would bring a very broad perspective to the role of commissioner with that experience on both sides of the table. Usually the Utilities Council sits over there. The OUCC's council sits right where Senator Merritt is sitting, and then the other councils sit in between. And I've never worked for the OUCC, but I have sat in the middle here and as well as over on the end. And I do represent currently some smaller gas utilities as well.
I want to follow along a little bit. You've talked about, the different history that you have. As you consider a potential opportunity to serve as a commissioner, I'm interested in what you think are the most critical attributes to bring to the position.
Well, I think certainly fidelity to the law is an essential aspect of the commissioner's role. I would want to, beyond that, bring a sense of fairness to all the parties as a neutral arbiter. It's essential that everybody feels that their concerns have been heard. You aren't going to agree with all of those concerns. There are going to be competing concerns presented, but it is important that those in charge, entrusted with making the decision, are respectful of different perspectives, and that there isn't a sense that there's a thumb on the scales. I would hope that there's a baseline level of intelligence for commissioners. This can be complex stuff sometimes. I'm not trained as an accountant, but I've had to learn some from my clients and their witnesses over time on both sides. Inquisitiveness, not just taking what you receive at face value, but looking at and perhaps digging behind what some of the statements are, and understanding, why there is such a thing as cross-examination. Witnesses are under oath, but that doesn't mean that their testimony can't be explained or explored. And then commissioners don't act as solo actors. They are part of a 5-person commission, and I do think a sense of collegiality is an important ingredient. I would certainly, try to value that and want to have the kind of relationship with my colleagues on the commission, should I be so fortunate to be selected, where we would be regularly discussing issues and talking about the cases. Not in I think it would be a huge missed opportunity if we were all in our individual silos. I think just beyond that, the having some sense of what is the reality like on the ground, even for such mundane things as scheduling hearings. I remember several years ago an ALJ who is no longer at the commission was giving my clients and others and myself, all the parties in the case, some grief because someone needed to reschedule a hearing. Well, this was a hearing that they had scheduled without consulting any of the parties or the council. And I understand that is how the practice has evolved, and I'm not necessarily proposing to change that practice, but when that is the practice, then you have to understand that there will be times, and you have to be willing to reschedule because you haven't consulted anybody else's schedule but your own when you're scheduling that. So, that's just a very small example, but I think I'll stop there.
No fear, I will not be asking you about AFUDC or anything like that. But I'm curious. It seems incumbent, I think, to all of us that the governor is extremely concerned about affordability. Obviously, I've worked in the affordability space for a long while, and I'm curious what your thoughts are in terms of carrying out that directive, if you will, from the governor within the confines of our statute. I'm wondering how you anticipate balancing that. Of course, that long-term question, how you balance the interests of the utilities with that of the ratepayers, et cetera. But specifically, how do you believe you can act within your confines of an incredibly high guardrail statute?
Well, that is the hard, maybe the hardest question for this role, and it's one that doesn't have one answer, and it's not always maybe going to be the same answer in each case. It's going to be built in to every case. I would start by saying I definitely endorse the current practice, which has where the commission is now requiring or expecting the utilities to address in their evidence each of the 5 pillars, including affordability, and that doesn't just then sit on the evidence stand, but that becomes those become the findings, key findings in the order itself, and so there you have to articulate how are we in this particular case addressing affordability. I think it is, in the general sense, it's going to be difficult to find ways to lower rates, and I don't want to suggest that I have any magic wand to do that. The only other tool, though, that I would suggest might help within the affordability sphere is something that is used currently, not always, but the idea of a multi-step rate increase. The commission does have a concern, and certainly the OUCC is attuned to advocating against what is sometimes known as rate shock, and I'm not aware that there's a hard definition of that. You know, what does that mean in terms of percentage? But there is a point at which the percentage increase is so great that you really need to take another hard look because it fails that affordability issue. And if there's otherwise all justification, then you look at whether that can be phased in over more than a year. So you have a 1-year rate increase, and then you have another rate increase that follows. Those are my thoughts on affordability.
Morning. So to follow up on that, you bring up in your application being careful about shifting risk from stockholders to ratepayers. We had quite an extensive discussion yesterday about the multiple tracking mechanisms the utilities have now, including QIP, that shift that risk to the ratepayer in terms of construction of whatever, power plants, transmission lines, et cetera, and that in many respects, the decision-making authority of the commission has been restricted. So as a follow-on to what Lindsay brought up, how would you rebalance that risk in the context of these multiple mechanisms that they can have ongoing for a number of years simultaneously?
Well, I start by stating what I apologize is obvious to everyone in the room, which is that these mechanisms are not the commission's to approve or withhold, at least in terms of the actual mechanism. So we have that as the sort of starting point, that there will be those mechanisms in place. I have seen arguments, and I think the one way that a regulatory system which has a lot of trackers arguably reduces the risk for that utility, and again, no magic number, but a utility that has no tracker opportunities versus a utility with several tracker opportunities of which it avails itself, perhaps has a lower risk, which can be reflected in such things as the cost of equity, which is one of the areas where the Commission, I think, does have discretion. As I think I also noted in my application, that's another balance where you want the cost of equity to be certainly high enough for utilities to be able to attract capital and to be able to invest in their systems, which ultimately benefits customers, but it shouldn't be any kind of a windfall, and you want to try as much as the evidence might support or a reasonable interpretation of that evidence, keep that as low as is reasonable. But certainly they are, I'm not disputing that utilities have a right to earn a return as well as recover their costs.
And in terms of, we also had a discussion on just and reasonable rates versus affordability and the context of both of those in terms of, you know, that possibly that just and reasonable rates, as we look at it in Indiana law, is not necessarily affordability. But how do you view that in terms of the statute, I guess, maybe I don't know if it's a tension, but there has to be just and reasonable rates and there has to be affordability.
Well, I don't see them as equivalent, but I do see them as very closely related. I suppose I could envision a situation where a just and reasonable rate is not affordable, and I can't give you a good sense of how I would have to resolve that kind of a difference. I guess I would go back to the statute. I would take a hard look at the evidence. What is the reasoning for that supports a conclusion that a rate is not affordable? There's a great deal of ambiguity in, frankly, I think in many of the pillars, but they still provide a structure that we are charged with, that the Commission is charged with operating within. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, I'd like to ask you a question. And first of all, let me say I was very impressed with your answers about the characteristics of what it takes to be a regulator. And Rachel, you took my question. I was going to ask, if you were on this side of the table, what would you be looking for? And I think those were really good answers. And the answer about cross-examination and the ability to be able to cross-examine basically the CEOs of utilities when they come in with a really well-presented plan and approach for what they want to do. Talk about being able to explore different options for utilities when they come in with a plan that they've been, very thoughtful about. How would you approach them in trying to explore different options when you feel like there could be a better way for ratepayers that would be less burdensome on ratepayers?
Well, Secretary, I think the starting point in that scenario is first of all trying to be as well prepared as possible, reviewing what they have filed, understanding it, talking with staff, trying to gain a bigger picture understanding, maybe looking into some of the history of that utility and whether that utility or other utilities have tried certain approaches. I think I would feel some constraint on actually proposing as a commissioner an alternative. I don't know that is within the role of a neutral arbiter. You started by referring to cross-examination and exploring with a utility witness, and I can tell you from experience, sometimes it has been frustrating as an advocate to have gotten through the presentation of a direct case and then the other side cross-examining my witnesses. And then you think, okay, you're done, but no, then there are questions from the bench. And although that can be frustrating as an advocate, I do think it is important that commissioners not feel that they are muzzled on the stand. Now, the important caveat is that you are not an advocate up there. The point of questions is to, from the bench at least, is to gain a deeper understanding of what is being presented, what some of those implications might be, and maybe even ask, well, what did you consider other alternatives and why might those have been rejected? But you're not muzzled, but you're not an advocate.
Thank you very much.
I want to follow along with that. So in the role as commissioner, you've articulated very well the fidelity to remain neutrality as much as possible in that role. I think my question for you is, as a candidate, do you believe that the IURC has sufficient authority to properly regulate our utility sector?
Well, I saw that question. Thank you for bringing it front and center. I don't have a strong view on that, but where I come down is I think it does have enough. I view the utility statutes as being fairly broadly written, with, in many respects, sweeping powers to investigate. Even such things as the definition of a utility is very broad. I remember early in my career, and this hasn't really changed, but technically, if you own your telephone, you are a utility because you are owning a device that is used for the transmission of electronic communications. Now, you're not selling those services, presumably, to anybody, and so you're not involved in any kind of a retail activity. But that's just maybe a silly example of some of the breadth of the statutory language, which extends to the investigatory powers. It rarely happens because there are some practical impediments, but there have been examples where there's been such a thing as a reverse rate case, where a utility has not been in for a long time and perhaps has experienced some savings or customer growth or other reasons why there is reason to believe that the rates set 10 years ago should be adjusted. I think there are good reasons why that's unlikely and rare, just because of rising costs generally, and also not necessarily a vastly growing customer base. But having said that, I do think it's interesting to think about. I'm pivoting a little bit to the need for more generation, which has come up before as well. And the reason I think that's relevant in this context is that as as challenging as that can be for rate structures and for consumer bases, I think it's a great opportunity as well. And when you have a new large customer that is potentially picking up a share of shared costs, that has efficiencies for utility operations. And so I certainly understand why a new customer of significant size raises some concerns about how, in some circumstances, that can be disruptive, or there definitely need to be guardrails put in place. But I think on balance, we want to welcome that kind of load growth. And I'm sorry if I diverted from your original question, but
Well, just to follow up on that, I think I'm hearing you say that you think that the statutory authority is sufficient. But what about the issue of affordability, like Grant brought up? Do you feel like you have a solid definition of affordability and fair and reasonable, to make that determination, especially with the governor's agenda, who it's kind of outspoken in wanting to keep rates in line?
well, I don't think I have a fixed definition of that I can give you. I think it is part of the analysis of each individual case, looking at where rates currently are, how much they are proposed to increase, what has been the history. Has the utility been in every 2 years for significant percentage increases versus the last rate increase was a decade ago? I think those factors all need to be taken into account. I purposely have not, in my career, registered as a lobbyist, in the sense that I want the legislature to do their things, and then I will take what they give my clients, or if I'm a commissioner, what they give the commission, and work with that. But I guess I'm not prepared to propose new legislation to try to tighten the definition of affordability, if that's a direct answer to your question.
So in terms of the commission's investigative powers, they've held technical conferences now and again to look at specific issues. For instance, there's huge capacity now on the customer side of the meter. Technologically, that can provide services to the grid. We have just scratched the surface, for instance, on energy efficiency. We hardly have a demand response program going, which could be very critical to reliability of the grid. Solar plus storage, the ability to dispatch homeowners battery storage, or control commercial buildings. And so you can have the investigation, and if people say, well, maybe we should deal with this more, but do you have the authority to do anything about that? If you come to the conclusion, well, there's a lot of benefit that could come from this, reducing costs, resiliency, et cetera, but can the commission actually has the authority to implement any kind of program like that, given the current statute?
Well, I guess the short answer, the best short answer I can give you is no. If it's not part of the statutory directive. But I don't think that's the end of the answer, in the sense that I do see value in subject-specific investigations undertaken by the commission, by the technical staff, trying to develop a position, and perhaps to inform a legislative summer study committee that could lead to new legislation if there's a perception. Also, the output of investigations such as that often do serve as a bully pulpit and send signals to utilities as to something that maybe they're not doing that the commission thinks they ought to look into and potentially incorporate. And there also have been, I would say too, investigations that were to fine-tune specific structures already in place, such as the gas cost adjustment feature. There was an investigation that did lead to changes, maybe not fundamental ones, but changes in how GCAs, which are the quarterly adjustment mechanisms, how those are presented and reviewed. I think I remember too, not too long ago, a broad investigation into the impact of the Federal Jobs Act and tax cuts, such that tax rates were lowered, and many utilities had built into their rates paying taxes at the then prevailing higher rate, and after there was a tax cut, the result of that investigation was utilities did have to come in and reduce their rates to pass along that savings to customers. So I guess I need to change my original answer that you couldn't direct a utility to do something through an investigation, because you can and it does happen. But in those examples, it is in the context of an existing utility order that was written up under certain parameters, which changed.
Thank you.
You obviously have seen a lot of the inner workings of the agency and a lot of the staff work that goes into reviewing all of the thousands of pages of dockets and also the analyzation, all of that. Analysis, excuse me. I'm curious what you would do as a commissioner to advocate for, in the time of lean staff at state government, what you would do to advocate for a robust staffing level at the IURC and the OUCC.
Well, I think I'll just take the last part first, and that as a commissioner, if I am so fortunate, but not as the chair, I don't know that I would likely opine on OUCC staffing levels. I would certainly want to make sure in my discussions with the chair, or who knows, maybe you're looking here as a potential chair, but I'm not assuming that's likely. I want a robust staff. I would rely on a robust staff. I don't anticipate that I would have a lot of impact on hiring decisions and compensation, but one area where I do think I would have influence and would want to have influence is in trying to make sure that the working environment at the commission was one where people were valued and wanted to stay, so that you hopefully would reduce the turnover rate. People would be trained and retained. I think I have somewhat of a track record in collegial relations and in I still have some friends from the old days my time on the commission earlier in my career. But part of that, too, would then, in this new role, would be actively seeking their input and engaging with them. So it's maybe not the most concrete answer, but I do think it plays a role, and I would view that as part of my responsibility as a commissioner to set a tone for the staff.
Thank you very much.
So you attached to your application an article that you penned on judicial retention, and I'm interested in your perspective on how that relates to your application to serve as a commissioner.
Well, it relates in the sense that I was asked to provide examples of public comment on matters of controversy. And I struggled a bit to differentiate between what was public and what was maybe less so. But it seemed to me that that was at least an example where I put something out on my Facebook page about a matter that was of some public controversy at the time. And if you read that long email, part of the rationale was that I felt I was speaking from a position of some knowledge on the subject, and felt, again, if anybody wanted my perspective, I wanted to lay it out for them. Not that there was a great clamoring for that, but also I think it was an important issue, and I do care very much about how that structure by which we select our appellate jurists functions. And I wanted to, a couple weeks before the election, and in response to some external campaigns that were targeting some of the judges for particular rulings, I wanted to weigh in. I hope that addressed your question.
Okay, Mr. Miller, we have 3 minutes left of your time, and so if you have any questions for us or any final thoughts you'd like to leave, we'd love to hear it.
Well, thank you. I guess for final thoughts, again, I'd go back to some of my introductory comments. I feel I'm at a point in my career where it makes good sense for me to return to public service in the right opportunity. I'm not just looking for anything, but this, for me, is very much the right opportunity. I also come into it now. I feel that I've proven to myself that I can be my own boss as a solo lawyer, and successfully doing that for 5 years, which I never would have dreamed of doing at the beginning of my career. But there were some, I think I may have referred to it as entrepreneurial excitement about that challenge, and having proved that to myself, though, if it continues, great, but I'm also at a point where I would feel very lucky to be selected for this post. I think I could do a good job. I would hope I would be a credit to Governor Braun should he see fit to appoint me. Ultimately, I know I'd be lucky if I got the job, and I would hope that others would feel lucky that I got the job.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, we feel very lucky that you made the application and that you're here today. So thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. No, it's kind of stopped, but it's kind of cold. Not looking forward to the next 4 months. Okay. Sure. Okay, great.
Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome. My name is Suzanne Jaworowski, Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's nominating committee, and we have William Herrick here with us for an interview. Welcome, Mr. Herrick. At this time, we're going to introduce the nominating committee, and then we'd like you to introduce yourself, and we'll get started.
Sure.
Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Morning, sir. Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Good morning, Rachel Hazaray.
Morning.
Good morning, Corey Cochran.
Corey. So first of all, please call me Bill. I'm only called William or Mr. Herrick by my wife if I'm doing something wrong. So yeah, I'd appreciate that. And I really want to thank all of you for doing all this. I know this is in addition to your normal duties, so I'm sure your pile of work is piling up in your office as we speak, but thank you for doing this because it's obviously for a very important position. Basically, I've been a Hoosier since 1979. I was telling a lady outside, this is a very surreal moment for me because when I came here in 1979, I started working for Merchants Bank. It was in this building. It was on this floor. It was in this room before they remodeled it. Yeah, so it's very, very, very surreal that you talk about a full circle, you know. But in any event, so I think you probably looked at my work record. I was a banker for a better part of 30 years. I got really tired of it in 2007 and went to work for Country Mark. And did that for 2 years as part of the management team and was head of business development. And then through a number of reasons and sources, frankly, I got into the oil production business and created Midwest Energy Partners. We started that in 2009. There was only 4 of us. It's never been a particularly large company. If any of you have a utility background, one of you might know one of my partners, Steve Meyer, who was the former treasurer for Indianapolis Power and Light. Who's still one of my partners. But basically, we operated as a really kind of an investment company where we would collect money from investors that were accredited and then turn that money over to oil operators, and they would drill wells and typically do each package in a group of 15 or so wells that would need about $5 million each. In the 15 years we've operated, we've raised about $35 million and have had some pretty good financial success, although during COVID and obviously lately, we haven't had much success because oil prices are so suppressed. But live in Greenwood, have 2 sons. Mr. Merritt, I believe, knows my oldest one, John, who's a news director at WIBC. And my wife and I have been married for 45 years. And have a farm out in Park County, so I'm a part-time timber or, well, I guess I call it, I'm trying to think of the name of it, actually, what DNR calls it. But anyway, that is my place to go when I need to get escape. And I just look forward to this opportunity. I think I've been trying to figure out a way to somehow repay the state of Indiana for all the great success I've had while I've been here, along with thanking the good Lord. And when I saw this, I thought it might fit my skill set pretty well, and so here I am.
Bill, we've had a lot of folks through here, a lot of interviews, candidates that have talked about modernizing the grid, and that the grid is antiquated, as you said in your SWOT analysis.
Right.
A commission member, a commissioner, really it needs tools from the legislature to do their job, and it's not a policy-making entity. But I'm just kind of curious about how you feel about the grid and where you believe it needs to be improved or rehabbed or modernized.
Yeah, I read a lot, and I talk to a lot of folks in not necessarily the utility industry, but the more energy-related industries. And I think, as a general comment, the grid in the country is in poor shape. As it relates to Indiana, it seems to me that I actually got one of Duke Energy's major transmission lines running right through the middle of my farm, and it's always very well maintained. So I don't, from an Indiana perspective, my perspective is that it's generally good shape today. My biggest concern is we're headed in 15 or 20 years from now in terms of capacity, and then in terms of building out transmission lines for that enhanced capacity. For example, I know that if you're a generating plant and you're burning coal and you want to convert over to natural gas, you have a 3 to 5 year wait just to get a gas turbine installed. So what's it take to actually build a new plant here? I mean, oh my God, we're looking at, it's got to be something like 20 years, and then you're looking at, again, building out all the transmission lines for that, environmental issues associated with that. I mean, no one wants a new plant in their backyard or in their county. So that's more of my concern in terms of, I know that the utilities, the generating utilities, have to file I forget the name of it, but it's a paper every 3 years talking about how their sustainability is going to be for the next 3 years in terms of producing power. My concern is, based on our economic growth that we're seeing, how quickly are we going to go past our ability to serve our residents, and that's my biggest concern. But I think certainly on a national basis, it's the grid is in very poor shape. It needs to be seriously looked at.
Bill, I have a question. So 2 parts. First, I want to mention that there was a time where the committee would often seek people who are not in the energy industry at all, and you've obviously had energy industry background,
right.
Not specifically maybe with the commission or close to the commission necessarily, which is fine. But I want to ask, Jim mentioned you're not a policy maker in this position, you're a policy taker, you're a regulator.
Right.
So describe to us what you understand about the job. Describe what you think the job description is. What do you understand it to be? What would your role be as a
Sure. Well, my understanding, and reading the annual report and everything that I've done my homework on is that it's to have the utilities providing safe, reliable service at a reasonable price, and make sure those 3 tenets are met, on an annual basis. And it sounds easy, but I think that's when I saw the number of cases that went in front of the commission this last 12 months, my gosh, I mean, it's almost one a day. I'm scratching my head a little bit on how do you keep on top of all that, on top of trying to do some of the bigger things as you just said. So I think an energy background and a utility background is important from understanding the utility side of where they're coming from. For example, just talk about rate of return, for example. What's a fair rate of return? I don't know. Is it 10%, 12%, 15%? But more importantly, what are our neighboring states thinking their rates of return should be? Because I don't think anymore, it's not a case where Indiana has all their utilities domiciled and headquartered here. When I was a banker, Ineps Power and Light was one of my clients. I literally got a phone call from their CFO saying, hey, we want to do this chilled water facility in downtown Indianapolis. It's going to cost $250 million. How do we get it done? And we got it done for them, in 6 months, and we moved on down the road. If that rate of return was that we were giving them was not where they thought was, particularly great, now we're dealing with AES and Duke and these other companies that are doing operations throughout the country. I'm concerned, like a lot of other things, when you're talking about the state attracting business, state attracting jobs, all those things. We need to be able to continue to be able to attract utilities to do business here and to grow their business here. And that goes back to the rate of return issues of, is what's Ohio offering? Well, they're doing an 18% rate of return on the same project that we're saying that we're going to give you a 12% rate on return. From an investor standpoint, then we're not going to look very attractive to those folks. So I think we also need to be cognizant of what the whole country is doing, and frankly, that's one of the things that I would want to spend some of my time on, is spending some time with the other regulatory commissions, throughout certainly throughout the Midwest, and trying to get handles on understanding where they're coming from on just the rate of return and the overall picture of how they look at the growth, because again, we're looking at unparalleled demand needs. And I'm not just talking about data centers. I'm talking about really just general economic growth. It seems like everyone's doing a great job doing it, but we got to figure out a way to make sure we have the energy for it.
Thank you very much. And the second part of that question is, every single person that comes in and sits in this seat is going to have a learning curve.
Absolutely.
Everyone, even the people, everybody that comes in, no matter how close they are to this commission, if they become a commissioner, they'll have some form of learning curve. So that is what it is. But what kind of characteristics do you think we should be looking for in somebody who's an outstanding regulator? What do you think make an outstanding regulator?
I'll just say this. First of all, I love challenges, and when I got out of banking, I needed to learn Country Mark's an oil refinery. I needed to understand how an oil refinery works, who their customers are, who they're selling to, what the products we make were, and all that. And then likewise, when I got in the oil business, I needed to understand how an oil well works and basically all the functions of it and all that. So I'm used to significant learning curves. And that's frankly not an issue for me. But I'm concerned. I'll be honest with you. You've lost 2 members recently, and you've got a third one leaving, a chairman in January. And that would be one of the first things I would do. Would be, I'm a sponge. I would try to learn as much as I could from the people that are here first. But I think I would probably spend as much of my time just learning who the staff members are and understanding what each person's roles are, because I need to know, as we're looking at these different cases, who's doing what, and then frankly, like I said, my concern is that I'm afraid the person who these people are going to be jumping into a fire, in the sense that we're going to be 3 down here pretty quickly, and the rate cases aren't stopping, I'm sure, and the other cases aren't stopping. So that's just an honest concern, but I think I'd be up for it. I think I could do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
Going back to your conversation about rate of return and your experience with that as a banker, many Hoosiers are feeling like they are the ones bankrolling all of these projects they are, according to state statute.
Right.
They've got a tracker for everything.
Right.
You know, you can track from the light switch to the coal plant. And the charge here at this commission is to balance those interests of the ratepayers and the utilities. And I'm curious how you would attempt to achieve that.
I'm very concerned. I've got well, I'm saying I have a 90-year-old. I'm going to get emotional about this, but I've got a 90-year-old mother-in-law who has been really struggling with, paying her property taxes, paying her utility rates. They've all, and the governor is certainly right. We seem like over the last 10 years we've seen a pretty good increase in rates for utility rates for consumers. But just witnessing what she's been going through, and again, it's whether it's low-income people or it's our elderly, they're really struggling with, paying these higher rates. And, the fault in my mind is largely inflation. Everything's costing more, and those costs have to get passed on. I understand that, but at the same time, how do you take care of these, these people that are, trying to find the right word, that have gotten us to this point in our lives, and not, I don't know. I'm trying to make it more emotional than I should be, but it's just one of those things where I think that's one of those things that we need to figure out and be really creative on to try to determine how we can get get rates lowered, or at least not having them pay as large a percentage of what they've paid historically for and with rate increases. I see that all the time with general increases. It seems like the elderly and the low income are always the ones that get hit the hardest, and it's not fair. So we've got to really come up with something creatively, I think, to mitigate that and not have them go along with that. But then obviously, if you don't allow them to pay the higher prices, then the costs have to go somewhere. So does that mean it goes over on the commercial side, or or to the regular ratepayer? They're all hard to answer. They're hard to answer. But I think we just need a lot of intelligence, and we need to really try to be creative and try to come up with ways, maybe through tax refunds or some other form of credits that will somehow mitigate these increases for the low income and the elderly, because it's killing them.
Well, I don't want to open the conversation to tax credits because that is not within our scope, and I'm sure the governor would not be happy with.
No.
But I do know that we are all feeling that pressure that the governor has, because he has indicated that this is a priority for him. Right. Obviously, that's been my priority in my life's work. So my question will always revolve around really how you would view, like, for example, a rate of return, a responsible rate of return
right.
would not exceed 10% in my estimation.
Right.
And so, but that also relies on a very robust staffing level at the agency to be able to give you that information that you'll be working with to make those decisions. Right. In this time of lean government, how would you advocate with the governor's office for a robust staffing level here at the IURC?
Other than just making as good as a argument as I could for just the facts that you just said. I'm not a politician. I never have been, and I don't know if that's good or bad. But I'm only doing this. I'm only looking at doing this because I've been a Hoosier for, like I said, almost 50 years, and the state's been great to me. And I think I can use my skill set and honestly, my communication skills and hopefully some intelligence to try to convince them that, hey, this is a real problem. We need more help in this area to get more staffing so we in turn can be more effective. And because clearly there's so many input points that I see in this position in terms of coming up with rates that it's almost mind-boggling. But it is what it is, and that's why I thoroughly love the fact that it's there's no political affiliation. It's truly an independent organization solely to benefit our residents, and that's. But we're not really. Are we really benefiting our residents right now with high utility costs to at least those two sections of people? And that's a great question. I wish I had an answer for you.
Thank you.
Bill, this is very unfortunate for you. Lindsay stole my question, and I never give the microphone back when requested, but then I was going to ask what her question typically is to these candidates, and she asked that as well. So, again, this is very unfortunate for you because I had to come up with one on the fly.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'm really kind of curious into learning a little bit more about your company, Midwest Energy Partners.
Yeah.
I think that may spur another question, but if you don't mind just talking a little bit about that and some of your clients in the past and what you've been doing without sharing anything that's
Oh, sure.
too much.
No,
So
it's very simple. When I was at Country Mark, if anybody is old enough in this room, Jim, you might be the only one. Sorry. The Country Mark had a kind of ugly history. They had a CEO that committed massive fraud, and the only way to save the company from going under was to sell off all its assets. And the only asset that they weren't able to sell was the refinery because because of pollution issues. No one wanted it to acquire it. So they had one time had a significant oil production piece of their business. And when I got to Country Mark, one of the challenges that we saw, I immediately realized, was that we weren't getting enough oil in from our local producers, basically we call it the Illinois Basin, which is southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and parts of Kentucky. And we really needed to figure out ways to increase the production so we in turn could increase our gas and diesel sales, primarily to the farming community. That's really who we served. Country Mark is a cooperative too. It's owned by a group of farming cooperatives. So that was the challenge that I saw, and so it seemed to me to make perfect sense to go ahead and get the company more vertically integrated and get us back into the oil production business, which we did. And then a couple of these producers actually approached me and said, we're really strapped on capital. That's our biggest problem. How do we solve that? And I said, well, I think I have an idea. So I actually, that's when I left Country Mark and formed Midwest, and with the sole, I had a side purpose. Obviously, I want to make money and I want to earn a living, but at the same point was, if we can generate more oil production in the state of Indiana and Illinois, that'll benefit everybody, frankly, and that's really one of the things that occurred. But the whole premise is that we did was that the oil business and investing in oil is extremely risky. If you read my private placement memorandum, you probably wouldn't invest with me. I mean, it basically calls you an idiot if you do invest with me. But I had great attorneys that wrote it for me. But we structured it in a way where we would do 12 to 15 wells in each package, so that if you did have a couple bad performing wells, that it wouldn't affect the overall return. But from 2009 to 2015, we had oil prices that were very high. They were averaged between $75 and $120 a barrel, where today, it's worth 59 or 60. We had a period of really strong oil prices. So getting the price wasn't a concern. It was just a matter of finding the oil. So that was a case of what we just did was we worked with the two, what we consider to be the two best producers in Illinois and Indiana, and were successful in getting good wells and giving our investors really good returns. So that was really the genesis of it. I turned 70 in July. My partner Steve, who I mentioned earlier, is a few years younger. So we're not actively, and with oil prices where they're at today, we need $85 a barrel to drill an oil well right now. And Lindsay, like you said earlier, or we were talking about earlier about just the cost of everything going up. 3 years ago, it cost me $500,000 to drill a 5,000-foot well, and now it's right at $1 million. and it's primarily labor, but steel, chemicals, everything just is off the charts. And that's in a period of time when the number of drilling rigs in the United States right now are lower than it was during the COVID years. So, we're going to have another problem down the road with oil supply. But right now we have plenty of it. But that was always my feeling, was that if I could generate some good oil production, we not only benefit my investors, but at the same time benefit the state and for getting more oil produced.
Thank you. I'll follow up. I told you this was very unfortunate for you that she stole my questions. So I guess my follow-up to that, I appreciate kind of having that knowledge. Reading through your resume and knowing a little bit about that now, I guess my question is kind of what experience do you have working with utilities here in Indiana, or what is your experience working with the IURC that may or may not be listed on your application?
Yeah, I've had no experience with the IURC at all. We work with the DNR, obviously on their oil division, although most of that is done by my oil partners, which is the operating companies, in terms of going out and getting well permits and that kind of stuff. We're really more of a financial investor-oriented company. My level with dealing with the utilities is extensive, although it's a little dated. For example, when I worked in this very room, Neil Ellerbrook was my main contact in Indiana Gas, and he was assistant vice president. And over the next 30 years, we stayed close friends. He did a little better than I did. He worked his way up to chairman of Vectren, and I became senior vice president of the bank. But we had those relationships, and I got to know the industry, different industries very well. Indiana City's Water was a client of mine for 10 years when I was working here. And I think they're still headquartered in Florida, I believe. But another company that obviously has got a totally different focus to how they operate than a generating company does. But I feel like my utility knowledge is more than sufficient enough to get me over the hump that I don't know about the IURC. I think I can get up to speed on that pretty quickly.
Thank you for indulging me. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Morning.
Morning.
Just wanted to address a comment you made. You said we have to attract utilities to do business in Indiana.
I'm sorry, what utilities?
You said we had to attract utilities
yes.
to do business in Indiana. What did you mean? We have monopoly territory.
Oh, no. I mean, yes, I understand. My comment was I want to make sure that we can continue to attract utilities to continue to invest in Indiana. My concern is that, just take AES, for example, if they're asking us for X rate increase for a new facility that they want to build, and we give them a rate of return of X, or whatever, and they can get the same thing in Kentucky or Ohio, and put a plant there instead and get a much better rate of return. Why would they build a plant in Indiana? That's just one of my concerns I have, is that I think we just need to be competitive with the other states and how they're dealing with utilities, and so that we can continue to be a place that they'll want to invest more money and work on and continue to improve their infrastructure, in our state. For example, I know there's a lot of conversation right now about AES and having citizens buy them or whatever. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I think it's just my knowledge is that when they were all based here locally, I always felt like they were more attuned to the needs of Indiana, and now they're headquartered elsewhere. Indiana is just one more state out of a number of states they operate in, and how do we stand out among them as somebody that they would say is, oh, well, if we've got a project we want to do, we'd rather do it in Indiana because they're more favorable in how they look at utilities than, say, Ohio is or Kentucky is. But again, that all has to fit in with our overall scheme for our consumers and for the residents of Indiana, make sure that they're paying normal or rates that are fair, and that's the hard part. You got to try to balance the two, and it's not easy to do. But my fear is that you know, if we can't be competitive, then these companies that are headquartered elsewhere will just basically kind of minimize their business here and look at other states to do more with. That's all. Or maybe sell their plants here to other utilities and go somewhere else. You know, again, that's just me. You know, whether I'm right or not, I don't know. But
All right, thank you.
sure.
Bill, I was wondering about, the question is, how would you approach balancing the interest between the utilities, like you were just talking about, and the consumer side of things? Utilities often come with the rate case where they want to be able to add trackers or add, you know, put rate case together where the consumers would pay for part of development or transmission infrastructure. How do you balance those requests?
I've been struggling with that question ever since I started working with utilities, and not just in the last 2 weeks, not in the last 30 years or 40 years, ever since I started working with utilities, is how do you be fair to the ratepayer and at the same time give the returns to the companies, and that's the question, right? And I think the only way I can answer it is looking at how we've handled it in the past. One of probably the first things I would do if I was actually hired for this, I'd probably look at every single rate case and everything we've done in the last 2 years, just to kind of get a handle as to how we have looked at the things you're talking about, and then to the amount of time I have, start talking to some of our folks around the Midwest that do the same thing we do, just to see how they look at it. But I mean, it's the same problem everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're in Indiana or Kentucky or Missouri or wherever. You know, how do you make sure that you have the best of both worlds? And it's tough. And all I can say is I think through intelligence and creativity and maybe, you know, again, working with the governor and trying to come up with some ways where there's some benefits from a taxation standpoint or tax credits that would, you know, be available to, like I said, the low income and the elderly. You know, it's a limited path, and I wish I could tell you, oh, this is what I'm going to do. This. I can't tell you that today, but it's something that I've struggled with forever.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I also had a follow-up to that, and it's a question that I've asked a lot of the interviewees that have come through, and right now, I'm sure you've seen that this is an unprecedented time in our country's history. I mean, maybe back to after the World War, where we were ramping up and needed a lot more energy and infrastructure in the country, but it's a time like that right now, and energy's at the forefront of it, and everything's changing, and we have new technology on the forefront, and every state has basically the same kind of generation available and technology available to it, but having a really good regulatory body that can help manage it, and our legislature can make a big difference for Indiana.
Right.
And so what do you think could make a really good, robust regulatory infrastructure here? What makes a good IURC for Indiana that can serve us into the future?
I think you're on the right path already with having members of both parties as members as commissioners. You know, we go to a one-party system, which is in large part what Indiana is right now, right? I mean, the Republicans control pretty much everything, and that's not necessarily good, I don't believe. So I think the more input we can get from both sides, I think would be helpful. I also think, though, that, and I'm straying off of your question a little bit, I apologize for that, but another big issue I have is cybersecurity. And at our utilities, we're so dependent on utilities. It's crazy. I mean, I was born in a hospital in 1955. My mother tells me all the time it was 95 degrees outside and it was 96 degrees inside. No air conditioning, and that was 1955. And how far have we come in that period of time? People are so reliant on utilities. Just all you got to do is flick on a switch or turn the thermostat down, and you're all set. And cybersecurity scares the heck out of me because there are so many people that want to destroy this country. So I know we've got a cybersecurity portion within IURC that is working on that, but that's a big part of what I would like to see as well, is continue working on that to be sure that our residents are protected from those type of threats. But again, I think a stronger two-party system and having people that are intelligent, that really can see the big picture, and not just how it does affect one person in Indiana, kind of thing, is to me more important than anything. So I guess that's the best way I can answer it.
Another question, and looking at your resume, clearly you have seen opportunities and taken opportunities to create new businesses where you saw a gap and created successful opportunities. In this regulator's environment, there's a lot of guardrails around what you can and cannot do, and it's a lot of technical reading and interpreting the cases before you. How would you manage that transition from being kind of a CEO in a nimble environment and being able to look at big opportunities and create new opportunities to being in a much more guardrailed environment, if you will? And I don't mean to make it sound boring. I'm sorry about that, but it's just a very managed environment to be a regulator. So, how would you make that transition?
If you've ever worked for a bank, and I don't know if you have or not, but it's that way. For example, I when I was at Bank One Chase, I had a personal loan authority of $10 million. I never used it because I always depended on my underwriters and our portfolio managers to really make a case for why we should or shouldn't do something. While my job was to grow the business, their job was to protect the bank's assets. And so you always had this, not fighting, but you had this environment where you had one side wanting one thing, one side wanting the other thing. And it was my job basically to make sure that the two of them got together so that we were able to do things and get things accomplished. I'm an active person. I'm not necessarily a busy person, but I look at things like that and I say, okay, I would depend a lot on the staff that I have working for me to help me through some of that technical stuff, because again, I'm 70 years old. I'm a little young to start learning how the intricacies of some part of a utility actually works. But I have faith that there are people that are here that have been doing it for so long that I can depend on them to help me with it. But again, from a overall perspective of making that work within my job, I have no problem with that. I think that'd be great. I love challenges, and I think this one would, again, I'm a little concerned about the timing, just with the departure of the three commissioners. But again, I think I could accomplish it.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? About, what did we go to? 12:05. So just about 6 minutes or so left. Do you have any questions for us or any final thoughts that you want to leave for us? Any other commentary, background, anything else you want to discuss?
I have so many questions as it relates to the actual job itself. We could be here for a couple of days. I think I would rather just say that I think. One of the questions I saw that you asked were some of the characteristics that you felt were important in this position. I think intelligence is obviously number one, and I'm certainly not Albert Einstein, but I think you've got to be a bright person to understand what the big picture is that you're trying to accomplish. I think your communicative skills have to be pretty darn strong, because you're gonna be not only conversing with people not necessarily below you, but people that are more technical, that are providing some of the information for you to be able to make decisions, along with the judges, the other people that you're working with to get the decisions made. So I think that's a big thing. Analytical skills, I think, are really important, and I think just the biggest thing, as it is with most jobs, is integrity. If you don't have it, you don't have anything. So I feel like that's the one thing I've always tried to do in my life, is try to be as open and honest as I can be, and sometimes it's painful, but in the long run, it always works out the best. And but I think that those four things are probably the most important parts of this job that I see, because it's incredibly important. I mean, I can't imagine. Well, I'll put it this way: I can't imagine any job more important than this one at $152,000 a year. I mean, I've never earned so less money if I took this position as this, other than a couple of COVID years that I had. It's certainly not, people doing this job and working in this department aren't doing it for the money. It's very clear, and I want to work for free. I got a couple of issues I'd have to work out in terms of income that I'm currently receiving that I know I can't be receiving if this goes forward. But it's the money's not the issue. It's all about what we can do to the state for helping, again, our low income and elderly residents, and again making sure that we're competitive in the overall picture of things that we're seen as a state that we want to invest in. And just one side note, when I was back in my banking days, we rated all utility regulatory commissions as and I don't know if Duff and Phelps still does it. I don't know. There's a couple agencies or groups that I think still kind of do it. But basically, one of it was, how do you rate, how would you rate IURC compared to, the same thing in Florida or same, in terms of how they look at rate cases? Because we viewed it, and you can imagine how this works with banks. We viewed it not like you would want to rate it as it relates to how you're treating your consumers. We rate it as how well they're going to be able to pay our loans back. So the higher the rates of return, the better the more money the utility makes. That's the best way to go from a bank's perspective, because then your loan payback is much more likely to happen. So we rated IURC as well as the other ones that we dealt with in other states. And Indiana was always on top of the list in terms of well, I think we used reliability. There were two or three tenants, and I can't remember all of them now, because it's been a while. But it was always viewed as a very utility-friendly commission. And I'm not sure that's right today. I don't know if that's really what you want to have. I think you just want to have a fair one, and I think that's what I've seen in the last few years. But I think it's open for debate that we really need to go back maybe and start over in some ways to look at, again, these two groups that probably have been hit the highest with rate increases, and then kind of go from there. But anyways, I think, like I said, I think it's a great challenge, it's a great opportunity, and I sincerely wish you all the best of luck finding the right three people, whether I'm one of them or not. I think it's a very attractive, and as a steward of Indiana, I think you guys are all doing a fabulous job. I think it's been a really great process that I've been able to see. So good luck with everything.
Bill, thank you very much. We really appreciate you responding to the call to make the application and come here for this interview. Hearing you say that Indiana's been so good to you and that's your motivation for coming here is very much appreciated. So we'll conclude the interview now. Thank you for your time. We will also take a break as a committee, and we will reconvene at 1:05. So we'll go offline and be back at 1:05. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We will reconvene the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission Nominating Committee and interview process. Welcome, Anthony Swinger. It's now 1:05. We'll start your interview process now. I'm Suzanne Jaworowski, Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. This is the nominating committee. We'll get started by having each member of the nominating committee introduce themselves to you. Then we'll ask you to get started by introducing yourself. Please feel free to introduce yourself with any kind of background, tell us about yourself, and then we'll start a question and answer. Thank you.
Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Good morning, afternoon. Rachel Hazare.
Corey Cochran.
Well, thank you, everyone, for having me in and for the, am I on?
Doesn't sound like it.
The green light's on now. We good? Excellent.
A little closer.
Well, thank you. Again, my name's Anthony Swinger, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come in and talk with all of you today. I've lived in central Indiana for 30 years. It's been a wonderful place to live, to work, to raise a family, and I plan on being here quite a bit longer, if I can. I was born and raised in the extreme southeast corner of Missouri, down in the Boot Heel area, in a town that's actually 10 miles closer to the Mississippi state capital than the Missouri state capital on the Mississippi River. I went to Illinois to do my college years, my undergrad and my graduate work. Got my first job at a radio station in northern Illinois doing news for a little over a year, and then had the opportunity to move to Indianapolis and work here as a broadcast journalist. All said, I covered a session of the Illinois legislature and 5 sessions of the Indiana legislature, having been around state government quite a bit. And as I was getting closer to 30, I thought, you know, a career change may not be a bad thing, especially if it involves communications and public service. So the opportunity came open at the Consumer Counselor's Office for a public information officer. I interviewed. I gave them a 2-year commitment if they would bring me on. They brought me on, and 25 years later, I'm still here. Have seen a lot of things change over the years. I've seen a lot of things stay the same, but I've really enjoyed it. Had the privilege to get promoted a couple of times. I've spent the last 3 years overseeing our electric, natural gas, water, wastewater, and external affairs divisions. That's about 35 people in all. Most of them are accountants, engineers, and other analysts who appear as expert witnesses in cases before the IURC. So for the last 25 years, I've been around this process. I've read lots of testimony. I've been to a lot of hearings in this room. I've been to probably 95% of the public field hearings the commission has had around the state. I've really enjoyed it, and I still enjoy it. The learning curve is always there. We're in a really exciting time right now, a really challenging time right now with things that are happening in the industry and the things that we need to prepare for. But I enjoy it, and would really appreciate the chance to come to the commission and take all that to the next level.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the committee ready to start with questions? All right, Mr. Swinger, I'll get started. So talk to us, you've been in public service and specifically at the OUCC. Tell us why you're motivated to move from the OUCC to a regulator's position.
I think the commission would benefit from having a member who has a strong background in consumer advocacy. I bring that to the table. I think that's especially important now with the changes that are happening in the utility industries, the challenges that the industries and consumers are going to face. And really, it's an unprecedented time for the commission itself. There have been a couple of times in the last 20 years where the governor has needed to fill 2 vacancies at once on the commission. But if there's ever been a time when 3 needed to be filled, I'm not aware of it. It certainly predates me, if there has been such a situation. So I think someone with a strong consumer advocacy background would be beneficial. Also someone who can hit the ground running. I mean, I'm never going to understand all of the accounting and engineering issues as well as the experts on the commission staff and on the OUCC staff. But I've been through a lot of cases. I know how the process works. And I feel like I could really hit the ground running in a time when that would especially be helpful.
And a follow-up question to that, you've seen a lot of commissioners work.
Yes.
If you could use adjectives to describe what makes a really good regulatory commissioner, what do those adjectives include?
I would have to say that a strong set of communication skills and a strong set of leadership skills are really needed. The ability to listen to people, hear lots of different viewpoints, the ability to understand that your decisions are not always going to make everyone happy, but you want your decisions to be grounded in the law, grounded in the facts before you. Taking a very thoughtful, considerate approach, considering all sides, and working well with your colleagues. Because, again, you're talking about 5 commissioners who theoretically should have 5 different points of view. You want to work together collegially and productively to make the right decisions.
Thank you very much. Lindsay?
Thank you for being here today.
Of course.
And throwing yourself out to the wolves, if you will, as everyone has. You have had a unique window into the inner workings here. As a consumer advocate, it's got to be hard, knowing how the guardrails are sort of stacked against some outcomes that perhaps you would prefer to have, as your work in the OUCC has probably shown you. How would you balance that in that shift that we just asked about to the commission? Because going from one angle of things and then having to balance all of those outcomes has got to be a lot. So tell me how you anticipate being able to balance those two.
I think it's understanding the role and knowing that when you are a commissioner, your decisions are to be in the public interest. You have to evaluate all of the viewpoints and all of the evidence that are put in front of you. That's your job. Your job is to be fair, to be firm, to be impartial. And, you know, I would kind of consider it to back in my reporting days when I covered the criminal courts. I got to know several deputy prosecutors and a number of defense attorneys. Several of them became judges, and they did the job of judge very, very well and got high ratings from the local bar associations in the years that followed. So I would look to that example, but I'm certainly prepared to be the impartial arbiter that you need to have on the commission.
Lindsay alluded to some concerns potentially about the authority of the IURC or challenges with the IURC to fulfill its functions. Do you believe that the IURC has sufficient authority to fulfill its ability to regulate the utility sector?
Yes, and we have to remember that the IURC is a creature of statute, and all of its authority comes from the statutes approved by the General Assembly. The General Assembly is where the policy is made. Those are the elected officials. At the OUCC, I've worked within the scope of the statutes that the legislature has approved. It would be very similar at the commission. You have to work within the law. There's no question about that. I do think the commission has discretion that it can use. It should take advantage of the opportunity to use that discretion when it's for the better good. But I do think the authority is what's been prescribed to it, and I think that's appropriate given that it's coming from elected officials.
Sorry, can I ask one follow-on? Where do you view there being some discretion that you think should be further explored?
I think certain issues like contingency costs, return on equity, those are things that can be considered, but it's very important that when the commission exercises its discretion, it has to do so within the bounds of the statute, and it has to do so remembering decisions the courts have made regarding rate making, that rates cannot be confiscatory. They have to stand judicial muster as well as being within the statute. So I think all of those things are really, really important to consider when you're looking for a balanced approach and you're balancing out lots of different viewpoints and opinions that have been presented to you.
Rachel stole my question this time, so you guys really need to stop doing that. Anthony, can you talk through your process, like as a case would come before you as the IURC commissioner? What's your process in collecting that information, reviewing that information, and then ultimately making a decision and sharing that information?
The process would be reading all of the testimony that's been filed in a particular case, closely reviewing the evidence that's been presented. Now, that involves a lot of accounting schedules, it involves engineering reports. That's where the staff comes in. The commission and the consumer counselor's office alike are very fortunate to have excellent staff, really, really intelligent folks who know their stuff, who care very much about public service, who can advise commissioners on those more complicated aspects of what's presented. So drawing on the staff's expertise, doing my own reading, my own research, consulting with fellow commissioners, I think all of those things come together in the process. Of course, the evidentiary hearing is another important aspect. Obviously, the testimony's been pre-filed, but you do want all parties to have the opportunity to have healthy cross-examination when there is a contested case. You as the commissioner should have questions that you want to ask the witnesses from the bench. So a lot of thought would go into preparing that and asking those questions. And then, of course, working with staff to reach the final decisions and issue the order.
Sorry, one follow-up on that. We've also talked a couple times about how we communicate that to the public. These are complex issues, not always easily to understand. So maybe you can just go a little bit further on how you would communicate that out to the public, or if there's anything that you would like to see differently about how we've done it in the past.
That's been a big focus of mine at the Consumer Counselor's Office, where I've worked to update the agency website. I wrote the agency's news releases for probably 18 years, give or take, quite a bit of time, really taking the stuff that's complicated and distilling it in the language that most folks can understand. I think my skills in that area would be helpful to the commission. I do think one of the really good things this commission has done is set up the technology and started live streaming the evidentiary hearings, live streaming conferences. It's still a very complicated process, and I do think more could be done to put it in plain English for the masses. But I do think streaming the hearings has been a very positive step.
I had a question. You say the commission is supposed to act as a surrogate for competition.
Correct.
How would you define that in the role of a commissioner? What does that mean exactly?
Well, Grant, for most things, the competitive market works. If I have a bad experience flying Delta, I can fly United next time. If my cell phone provider's charging me too much, I can go to a competitor. I don't have that luxury with electric, water, and natural gas services. And that's why you have to have a regulatory process to be a surrogate for competition, to make sure that you have the same accountability there that the competitive market would provide for so many other things. It's important to remember that in these cases, you're talking about a quasi-judicial process. The utility has the burden of proof. It has to demonstrate the need that it's asking for, but it's equally important for there to be robust and healthy testimony from consumer parties and additional parties that intervene, so that you've got a full battery of information you can look at and look into when you're making that decision.
And a follow-on, please. So in terms of that essentially you're talking about if you're a surrogate for competition, you're talking about market risk. Right? I mean, as a private company, if you're not regulated, you're exposed to market risk and you have to adjust yourself. So in your opinion, do tracking mechanisms, QIP, TITSIC, do they support or undermine that role, that principle?
As I mentioned earlier, the commission works within the laws that the General Assembly has approved. And a lot of the tracking mechanisms that are here are creatures of statute. You know, I look at it, for a perspective I can give you on that is from an operational standpoint. There were 155 tracker proceedings in the last fiscal year for the state of Indiana. I can tell you from the Consumer Counselor's Office's perspective, we reviewed all of those filings. We were able to put together meaningful testimony reflecting our review, and we met our deadlines in filing that. Now we're short-staffed, so if there were additional trackers added or they were further complicated, it would be a challenge, yes. I would assume the commission staff are in the same boat in terms of that. But we work within the framework the General Assembly has provided, and as a creature of statute, we follow the law.
But from your perspective, I mean, if you're shifting risk to ratepayers, you're undermining the concept of market risk, essentially, to the utility.
And that is why return on equity and depreciation and other issues like that have to be considered very carefully in a rate case. Is a lower return on equity warranted because you have less risk from trackers? It very well may be, but the Commission's obligated to look at every case on its own merits. Each utility is unique, and as you know, each case is unique, but certainly that would factor into my decision-making.
All right. Thank you.
Of course.
I've asked this of everyone, obviously. You hinted at the fact that we know staff is limited at OUCC, and there's such a huge caseload for both these agencies. I'm curious to know what your thoughts are in terms of utilizing your seat on the bench as, at the commission, excuse me, as an advocate with the governor for adequate and robust staffing at this agency and also OUCC, just with the trend towards being a lean government and doing more with less.
I think a healthy dialogue is important between commissioners and the governor's staff. It's also important with legislative leadership, the chairs of the utilities committees, as well as the fiscal leadership. You know, if you're factual and you explain, you know, here's what we need, here's why we need it, you put together a reasoned, a reasoned approach in explaining that. I think that's a very important part of the job. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Anthony. I think you touched on this a bit, but I want to ask directly. Given the confines of what a regulator can and cannot do, what do you see as your channels, the things that you can, the levers you can pull to make a difference in rate cases? What you can and cannot do? What kinds of levers do you have at your disposal?
Well, I think the ultimate leverage is approving the revenue requirement. And what goes into that very heavily is the return on equity, depreciation, operating and maintenance expenses, any number of things. You need to have a healthy skepticism when you are in a regulatory role. That includes a healthy skepticism toward the utilities that are making their requests, and a healthy skepticism toward the consumer parties and additional parties that might intervene. You have to look at all of them with a critical eye. You have to say, I need to be convinced of what you're asking for, why you're asking for it, and then within that realm, you make the decision that you make. I do think that, I do think, again, being a surrogate for competition, it's important for the regulator to make the use of the tools that they have. And also, I would say, again, asking questions from the bench, letting the parties know that you're engaged by having that dialogue in an open forum. I think that really matters as well. Sure.
I want to talk a little bit about affordability. You had mentioned before that you think that the statutory authority is sufficient. And we also learned during this process that or maybe reminded of, that over the years, nationally, IURC has been ranked among the top in the country for being utility-friendly. And now that there's such a kind of watchful eye on rates, and I think we're hearing loud and clear from Hoosiers that it's time to kind of knuckle down on the rates. How do we move in that direction to maybe a little bit away from at least the perception that the IURC is utility-friendly, and maintaining its neutrality, I guess, and certainly keeping in line with the statute? Could at least the public benefit from a better understanding of what affordability is? What's fair and reasonable rate? What's the definition? I understand there aren't definitions of that in statute, and it's been left to commissioners to kind of weigh that against the other four pillars. So could the commission use a little bit more help and guidance in that particular, pillar? And do you think maybe the public, from a transparency standpoint, could better understand what meets the affordability requirement?
That's an excellent question, and I would say yes. I think my communication skills would be very helpful in approaching those issues and handling that. The public should have confidence in its regulators. The public should have clear explanations of what they're doing, why they're doing it, how they're getting to those conclusions. And I would feel comfortable, certainly, in going in that direction. I think the big thing folks need to understand from a regulator is that they are fair, that they are balanced, and that they're taking a critical eye to everything that comes before them, and not just taking one piece of testimony or one proposed order as the last word. It's very important for people to know that the regulator is really thinking things through and giving everything a good, hard look.
I really want to push more on this affordability. I mean, as a commissioner, what would be your definition of affordability for a case that comes before you to meet that standard? What is the standard? What is what would you consider the definition?
I guess my standard would be do no harm. I think of an unaffordable rate as a rate that does harm, whether that's to forcing a family to decide what to do in paying for things that are not luxuries. What does it do to a small business customer in terms of the profit margin? And affordability really seems to go hand in hand with competitiveness when you're talking about industrial customers. If I have a facility here and I'm looking to maybe keep it here, or I'm looking to bring a new manufacturing facility in, how are the rates here going to be competitive with those that are charged in other states? Obviously, different customers are going to have different definitions of affordability, but I boil it down to, is it not being harmful, and are we making sure that we have the resources needed to have reliable and resilient service? Because the statute does require a balance of the 5 pillars.
Right. So is it, could it be tied to cost of living or inflation, or do you need any parameters? Do you think that any parameters like that should be set?
Those can certainly be considered. I think a lot of that is policy decisions to be made by the legislature.
Right, within the statute.
Correct, yes. But I do think the commissioners need to have an open mind coming into these cases to go along with the critical eye.
Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of affordability, the legislature left that kind of open. Would the commission have the authority to define it? Because if you're going to go forward, and this is a state priority, if the legislature is not defining it, can't the commission? Does the commission have authority in your mind to do that?
Are you talking finding authority specifically?
No, I'm talking about defining affordability. Since the legislature hasn't defined it, legislature hasn't defined resiliency or affordability, could the commission define it, since there's you know, theoretically, there's supposed to be some flexibility for the regulator to create the context to regulate the utilities.
I think it can, and I think it would need to be a careful and thorough discussion. Again, if you're going to have 5 commissioners, that's 5 different viewpoints that you bring in. I definitely think that can be approached at the commission level and should be.
I had, let's see. That's it. Thanks.
Mr. Swinger, I have a question about performance-based rate making. As I think you're aware, the commission has been studying that, tasked by the legislature to make a study on that, and not for a position, not asking you to take a position on it, but asking for your thoughts in general about performance-based rate making and how it might be deployed. I think there's different states that are doing it now around the country, and are you watching that at all? Do you have any opinion about how it's going around the country, or any thoughts at all that you want to contribute since our state is looking at it?
At the recent INDIAC conference, I believe Chairman Soliday said that he wants to approach it carefully, one step at a time. And I think that's the right approach to take. If you're going to go there, you want to do it gradually. You want to do it thoughtfully. You want to evaluate all the options as you go and not just make large wholesale changes all at once. The current statutory framework does already provide a lot of that through the tracking mechanisms, but if that's going to be explored further, I think doing it incrementally would be the right approach to take.
Thank you. On the same thought, but different tactic, what about time of use rate making?
I think time of use rate making can be very beneficial. I'm a big fan of doing it if it is voluntary and if it is not the default rate that you set for the customer. If you have an electric vehicle, time of use rates can be very effective for charging it at night. There are other situations where TOU rates can be effective. But again, I like the idea of them being voluntary and consumers being well educated on what they're getting into if they go down that road. Sure.
Yeah, suddenly remembered what I wanted to ask. I was wondering if you could, in the AES rate case here recently, the OUCC suggested that there be no increase at all. And I was wondering, could you explain how that decision was made and what the perspective of the OUCC was through that process?
The decision and perspective came from the analysis of our staff, especially our witnesses dealing with return on equity, on depreciation, and making those recommendations. I mean, it's a very complicated puzzle, as you know, that comes together. But it was looking at the analysis that the staff made to do that. Now, I'm glad you brought that up because one thing that's very important here, if I'm appointed to the commission, this would be a case that I would recuse myself from on day one. I would definitely put a list together of all docketed proceedings that I've been involved in either a strategic role or a supervisory role. I would give that to the general counsel on day one and say, I've got to be recused from these proceedings. It's really the only fair way to do it. And I know that would create some short-term inconvenience, but I think that would be balanced out by what I could offer over the next 4 years.
Do you think that would be a challenge, given that there are other commissioners that could take over in your stead? I mean, not every commissioner has to deal with every case.
Right, and there would still be a quorum of the commission to handle that. You know, I'll acknowledge it. It would be an inconvenience to have a new commissioner who has to recuse themselves from certain cases. But again, those cases will run their course. There would be other cases such as any number of water wastewater proceedings, for example, that I would not have conflicts in that I could jump into right then. And then, of course, as new cases are filed, then obviously I would take part as any other commissioner would.
Thank you. Mr. Swinger, let's talk about water for a few minutes here.
Sure.
Let's talk about the state of water. It seems that water prices are rising along with electricity. Let's talk about why that's happening and where the commission is on that.
I think you're seeing tremendous capital investment in water and in wastewater. We've got a lot of aging infrastructure. I mean, we have, I understand we have wooden water mains under downtown Indianapolis that have been there since the 1880s, and they're probably more solid than some of the infrastructure that was put in after World War II. But there is a lot of aging infrastructure in water and in the other utility industries. It's a huge challenge that the state has been confronting. It's going to have to continue confronting that.
I noticed you included that as your primary weakness in your analysis here, in your paperwork. I also noted that your biggest strength is that we're uniquely geographically positioned to be, I mean, the crossroads essentially of transmission. Yeah. So tell me how exactly you see your role in that conversation, as has been complicated by a few legislative conversations and then now case law. Tell us how you would use that expertise and the fact you know this to aid in your conversations at the commission.
A lot of the issues we talk about here are regional and even national. One thing this commission, I think, has done very well is cultivate relationships with fellow commissioners in other states, especially here in the Midwest, but beyond. I think maintaining those relationships and building upon them would be a really, really important part of my role. Because yes, we compete with Michigan and Wisconsin for economic development, but in so many other ways, we're facing the same situations. And if we're taking collaborative approaches, that's good for all of us.
In terms of RTOs, you know, particularly in MISO territory, there's a lot of uneconomic coal plants, even natural gas plants that, you know, bid into the wholesale market at a loss and recover that from ratepayers, their loss. And in turn, how does that jibe with being a surrogate for competition if you're shifting that's a business risk that they don't even have to consider because they can just recover their loss from ratepayers?
I think the commission and the Consumer Counselor's Office have to carefully review all of the costs that go into RTO trackers, that go into base rates as a result of RTO participation. It's also important to have federal level dialogue as well. And I know that there's been engagement on that level as well.
But so can this be addressed? I mean, is it just going to continue? I mean, it does impact ratepayers negatively, and they're obviously knowingly bidding into the market at a loss.
I think it can and should be addressed, and I think it's important to remember that we're talking about industries that are going through a lot of change. That creates opportunities for a lot of these discussions, and some of it's going to have to be at the federal level, but you can do some at the state level as well.
Can you address that at the state level? Can you address that bidding process at the state, the result of the bidding process?
Well, and I know this commission's been very engaged with the organization of MISO states and OPSI with PJM. I think those conversations need to continue, and I think that participation needs to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swinger. Thinking about moving forward and where we go from here, we had a lot of very powerful legislation passed this last session. And House Bill 1007 comes to mind as something I talk about a lot. Can you talk about that legislation and how you think it might impact our our economic development and our energy landscape moving forward?
Well, as you know, the EGR plan is one of the major aspects of 1007, and we're involved in a case of first impression with that right now. The OUCC has not formally weighed in yet. We're following the timeline that's been approved by the Commission in that docket, as the agency does in all cases. But that's a case of first impression. It's going to be very important to see how that plays out. That's one of the aspects. I think a major aspect of 1007 is what's the word I'm looking for here? The tax incentives for small modular reactors and helping facilitate the development and location of SMRs in the future. I think that's going to be a very important piece of the puzzle.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
I think it's important that I correct you only because Grant's going to ask you a question about it. And that's that QIP obviously is a huge component in 1007.
Sure.
The incentives would not even start to compare to the ratepayer burden that will be on them for this technology. How do you anticipate having to deal with such a monumental, assuming the technology comes to the Commission for approval, how do you anticipate having to deal with such a new landscape?
I think the one thing we know about that landscape is that it is changing, and it's going to keep changing. The dialogue that we all have going forward is going to be very, very important for that. QIP, of course, received legislative approval, and we work within the boundaries that are set there. But that dialogue is going to have to continue. We're going to keep talking about all 5 of the 5 pillars, affordability certainly being right there in the front, and that's going to continue.
And it would continue with you?
Of course.
At the Commission?
Of course.
Thank you. Just curious. I wanted to make sure I was clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
So in terms of SMRs, we have no idea what the cost is going to be. The history of nuclear power is that it's the only generation technology that has a negative learning curve. I mean, the next unit is always more expensive than the previous one. And we don't know the cost. Do you think providing QIP without essentially any Commission discretion was a little premature for this technology?
I don't think it'd be fair for me to second guess the General Assembly on that. Again, the Consumer Counselor's Office and the Commission work within the scope of the laws that the elected officials make. That's the landscape. We will work on that landscape going forward.
Yesterday we had a discussion with Mr. Lewis, who talked about how staff sometimes is not very happy, but they're caught, by these restrictive statutes. And so in terms of, there's no concern about that anywhere, about potential, we talk about how are we going to achieve affordability and all this. If it's going to be like the history of nuclear power and be exceedingly expensive, there's no concern about these things?
Absolutely concerned about customer affordability and how that all works together. I'm glad you mentioned the staff, because I think the biggest thing that a regulator can do internally is let the staff know that they're being listened to, take their viewpoints into account when doing the things that a commissioner can do and making those decisions. And I just think that's a very important part of what the regulator does.
All right, well, thank you.
We have about 7 minutes left in your session, and my last question, and want to make sure everybody has a chance. If you have any more questions, we're going to wrap up shortly, but talk about what it means to bring somebody from the OUCC to a regulator position.
I think it's really important that the Regulatory Commission be a diverse group in terms of perspectives that they bring to the table. I think it would be very good for the Commission to have a representative from Northern Indiana, a commissioner from southern or southwestern Indiana. I think that geographic perspective is really important. I've served under 5 consumer counselors, one of whom was Bill Fine, who recently retired. He moved down here from Lake County, where he had practiced law for 40 years. And the perspective he brought to the consumer counselor's office was fantastic, not only as a litigator, but as a lifelong resident of Northwest Indiana. Likewise, I think the commission would benefit from those perspectives. I think the commission benefits when it has the perspective of someone from the business community. I think it would also benefit greatly to have someone with a consumer advocacy background. And I would offer that as one of the strong suits.
Thank you. Committee, is there any other questions? Darlene?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. Absolutely.
This is just a point of clarification.
Sure.
About you were recusing yourself.
Yes.
From cases involving OUCC's testimony on current cases, if they're reopened, is that correct?
Cases that are currently pending or may come back on remand.
Okay.
In which I've had involvement with developing strategy, reviewing testimony, et cetera. There are a number of cases where I've had a very hands-off approach, and I would be comfortable participating.
Is that legally required, or is that something that you just?
I just ethically think it's the right thing to do.
Even though
legally, I can't say, not being an attorney, but
well, you're coming from the consumer advocacy side,
right,
which is an important perspective to have on the commission, which I agree. But recusing yourself is counter to that.
I just want to make sure that that all the stakeholders have faith in the process. Everyone deserves a fair shake in commission cases, including the utility.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 4 minutes left. Mr. Swinger, is there anything else you'd like to leave us with, or do you have any questions for us?
I think I would just close by thanking you again for the opportunity to interview for this position. You've got a lot of great candidates to pick from, and I know it's going to be a tough chore to narrow it down to the short list that you'll be narrowing it down to. Again, I bring the perspective of someone who has a consumer advocacy background. I bring the perspective of someone who has followed cases before the commission, been involved in these cases for a long time. I could get up to speed very quickly, hit the ground running, and really contribute in a healthy manner, I think, going forward.
We thank you so much for, first of all, applying and then taking your time to come here and interview with us today. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
And I'm losing my voice, so, okay, great. Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission Nominating Committee and the interview process. This afternoon, we have Caroline Mays for an interview. Welcome, Ms. Mays. We're glad you're here today. We'll start by having each of the nominating committee members introduce themselves to you. We'd like to ask you to introduce yourself to us with any background and information you'd like to share to kick off the conversation, and then we'll start with a series of questions. How's that sound?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Rachel Hazaray.
Corey Cochran.
Great. Well, first of all, let me say thank you so much for choosing me to interview for the position. I'm super excited. I walked in the door all bouncy, and I said, I feel like a little kid right now. So, that I'm really that excited about it. And so regarding my background, currently, let me say where I am today. So currently, I have a leadership program called Building Leaders and Legacies. And then I also do Caroline Mays Inspiring Leadership, which does a lot of motivational speaking, emceeing, and then I do a little bit of executive coaching as well. I am a certified executive coach. I also host Community Link on Wish TV, which is a short segment that comes on Sunday mornings that tells positive stories of things that are happening in the community. And I've been doing that since 1999. I was trying to figure that out. I started my career in the corporate world for Occidental Chemical, which was a Fortune 100 company. I was in customer service and then in outside sales. I lived all around the country doing that. I came back to Indianapolis in 1991. I was in a very violent marriage and was almost killed, and so came back to Indianapolis. I went to work for Mays Chemical, which was my uncle's business, so it was fairly new then, and was there for some years, and then was asked to take over the Indianapolis Recorder newspaper. It was, I was talking about this yesterday, it needed to be rebuilt, and it was, I don't even say it was from the ground up because it literally was in a hole. It was about $250,000 in debt, in the red every month. And so I needed to rebuild the business with no publishing background or media background. And after I took the job, you all, they gave me 1 year to turn it around and was able to do that and very grateful to do that. It became profitable in a year and started winning awards all around the country. Which speaks to, I just want to say, that speaks to my willingness to just dig in and learn if I don't know something, and to be able to ask inquisitive questions, like real inquisitive questions, curious questions, so that I can learn what needs to be done to make something better. And from the Indianapolis Recorder, as the internet began to take over newspaper, take over media, I recognized that there would not be much integrity left in that world, and I am all about integrity. It is a very, very important core value for me. And with the media industry, because so much is online and they have to move very quickly to get stories out, they don't really research. And so I knew that I'd done what I needed to do there. And so began kind of quietly looking, and then I was approached to apply for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission position, and was appointed then by Governor Mitch Daniels. I just want to stop and say that I literally loved the job. It was my favorite job in all the world, hence to why I am like a giddy kid right now. But I was appointed by Governor Daniels and then reappointed by Governor Pence. And there was actually talk about me as a Democrat actually being chair of the commission that year. But then Governor Pence asked me to take over White River State Park Development Commission because they knew of my background in big event planning. I don't know if it came through on my resume, but I planned a lot of major events for the city, all 3 women's Final Fours, college football playoffs. I've done a lot of very major events. And because of that, he asked me to take over White River State Park Development Commission. did that, and then was reappointed by Governor Holcomb, who also appointed me to your position on the nominating committee, which obviously I resigned from to apply today. So one day I went into Governor Holcomb's office and said, I feel like God is tapping me to do something more in the community. And that was to really help build leaders in our community. I sit and have sat at a lot of important tables, and the one thing I would hear is how they couldn't find certain leadership traits, different people. And what I realized is so often people will tap folks just within their circles. And so I wanted to give folks who didn't have that opportunity to be in those circles the opportunity to meet major leaders in our community, but then also for them to learn stronger leadership skills and how to navigate through issues. And as a servant leader, that's been really important to me. I will tell you that they weren't happy that I was leaving, which really touched my heart. But we've stayed really close, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity. I learned a lot there at White River State Park about infrastructure. A lot of people think about it as just planning events, but there's a lot of infrastructure work which needs to be done, which also speaks to this position as well. So that's my background.
Caroline, I think everybody knows I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
I want to make that clear to the committee. When we were on the nominating committee together, we had 47 people apply this year. If you recall, we were asking people to apply the last couple times. And so we've seen a lot of wonderful, effective interviews in the last couple of days. But tell our committee about what you think the essence of a commission member is, and when you're on the nominating committee, what were you looking for?
So I was looking for great communication skills. I was looking for the willingness of people to be objective, to really be balanced, to be able to really do critical thinking and really look at the issues in front of them, dig into them, be able to ask a lot of good questions. I think about when I was here, I also thought about the integrity side of it. Billions of dollars are being discussed and voted upon, and so that integrity piece is really, really important. I do want to tell you, though, if you don't mind, I literally, as I was walking out my door, and that's why this paper's here, I grabbed this paper, and it was from a speech that I gave just yesterday that talked about some traits that I think are really important. And if you don't mind, would you let me, it'll take about 2 minutes. Okay, it'll take about 2 minutes for me to speak to these. Oh, sorry. Okay, is that better? Yes. Okay, perfect. We want everybody. Okay, so so I think about the qualities of a commissioner. I want to say this first, and I was thinking about just putting a list together and then grab this paper, but qualities I want to say first. So wisdom, to be smart and to be curious, to ask those questions so that you can become wiser. Don't think that you know everything, because you don't. To be responsible, to be accountable, to be brave, to be willing to make hard decisions, to be objective, fair, with balanced thinking, to be able to really weigh the evidence and willing to do that, to have very sound reasoning, committed and engaged and invested. I want to make a point about this for this position. I don't think most people understand what this position entails. It is a lot of reading. It is a lot of digging through evidence and understanding that evidence. And if you don't understand, then to be able to be willing to ask those questions, not be afraid to ask those questions thinking that you look like you don't know, because you may not know and you need to ask. And so I think that you need to be really involved in the cases. And though there are ALJs and technical staff that obviously are really working as well, you need to be committed as a commissioner to the cases so that you understand what's happening, and so that you can make a good, sound decision based on the information that's in front of you, as well as the information that's being given to you. And so understanding there's a lot of reading. It is most of your time. It is reading and studying. And then to have the public trust, the trust of stakeholders, like I said, good communication skills, and then to have thick skin. So from the speech, and I'm sorry that I had to say that first, but from the speech yesterday, this is something I talked about. Do everything with integrity. Give 100% in all you do, even if you don't like the task. Never stop learning about your work, your purpose, or yourself. Don't get caught up in titles. They really don't mean anything. Just do the work and do it with excellence, because excellence is your responsibility. Take responsibility. Apologize when you need to. Own your mistakes and clean up your messes. Show up fully and show up confidently. Don't give up. Persevere. Appreciate and treat people with kindness as if they matter, because they matter, just like you matter. Serve with purpose. You were not created to succeed just for yourself. You were created to make a difference. So give back. And lastly, hold on to faith. And then I said these lessons can actually be summed up in character, courage, heart, and truth. The paths you choose, whether by design or circumstance, and the choices you make shape your character. Character encompasses integrity and the consistent practice of ethical behavior, doing what's right even when no one's watching, and standing firm in your values when challenges arise. Character also drives us to pursue excellence, a standard of intention, quality, and care that reflects who we are and what we believe. Courage is a quality that touches every part of life. It is the spark that ignites action, the willingness to step into the unknown, to persevere through adversity, to have the hard conversations, and to keep going when things change. Change takes courage. It means embracing vulnerability to face personal fears and pursue growth. The work requires perseverance because it is long and demanding, but it is also an incredible opportunity to grow and evolve while shaping a powerful future for others. Courage empowers us to go the long haul. It's through these acts of bravery that we not only overcome obstacles, but also inspire others to do the same. Heart gives our character and courage purpose. It's the compassion that keeps us grounded, the empathy that helps us see others, and the kindness that creates connection. Heart makes us great leaders, and leadership is all about people and all about relationships. So lead with authenticity, serve with purpose, and bring humanity into everything you do. Faith is the compass guiding our decisions. Our walk and our achievements are successful and meaningful is what we want to make sure we're doing in our walk. Faith grounds us. It holds our values, gives clarity, and it gives strength and hope. And it reminds us that we are never walking alone. Our journey is part of something greater than ourselves. So courage, heart, and faith have shaped my core values, and we all are called to act, give, to pour into others, and to be our very best selves. I know that was long, but I grabbed it. For some reason, I felt like I was supposed to read that today.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. That was beautiful. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Committee, does anybody want to get started with the questions? Go ahead, Corey.
Sorry. Ms. Mays, it's nice to meet you. I guess my question is you have a very extensive resume. Obviously, you're very well qualified. I think that's moot to even talk about. But tell me why you would like this position, knowing that you've been here and you've done this and all that you've done. But why are you here today?
So this position, as I said, was the position I loved. If you ask anyone close to me, they will tell you I have talked about this position from the time I was asked to go over to White River State Park. What you don't know, and I don't think what I wrote, was that when Governor Pence asked me to move over to White River State Park, I turned him down twice before he asked me the third time, and I finally said yes, because I figured there was something I needed to do over there. And I found out there was. But it was the most challenging and most fulfilling role that I've ever had. I loved, I know it sounds cheesy, and I don't even know if you believe me, but I literally loved this job. I loved it. And so I have deep respect for the role, for the responsibility that I had as a commissioner, and that commissioners have. Very deep respect for the role and the decisions that we're making. There is a commitment in this role. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. There's a commitment to this role for us to be willing to make those hard decisions so that there are safe, reliable, and affordable systems available. These are critical systems for the public. And so it is meaningful, and it was, to me, it just encompassed everything I wanted to do. When I was growing up, I wanted to be a lawyer, and then I wanted to be a judge. I was talked out of going to law school and going straight into business. I went back to law school while serving as a utility commissioner. It encompasses that, is a quasi-judicial role, so it brings that back for me as well. It also allows me to use my business skills, my leadership skills as well.
Thank you. 2016, I think, is when you left the
Yes,
first time.
yes.
Coming back, things have changed, I think, in this world. And what do you see as the biggest challenges going forward? I've read your SWOT analysis. I know you're very familiar with the issues in the utility sector. Now there just seems to be such a clamoring amongst consumers, Hoosiers and businesses alike, that rates are getting out of hand. And what do we need to do to kind of balance the scales again? Have you given any thought to that, or knowing you're going to be facing some additional challenges, different challenges than you did when you left in 2016?
I agree. Things have changed a lot. One thing that has not changed is that we have to stay within the bounds of the law. One of the things, when I think back to something that was really influencing rates, and I'm assuming is continuing to influence rates, are some of the legislative mandates that have come into play. One of them, which I do want to talk about, and I was hoping that I would get to talk about this today, is the TDSIC mandate that's there. And because it limits really the role or the work that commissioners can make. Commissioners would have to allow cost for recovery for infrastructure, which is important. Infrastructure work is really important. And the improvements are really important. But utilities are allowed to give a 5 to 7 year plan, basically. And then from that plan, as long as the plan has allowable infrastructure changes in it, then the IURC has to approve. And one thing that I would hope in this role is that there would be more of an opportunity to really engage with the legislature and the governor's office, and obviously your office as well, to understand more of the things that are causing rates to increase. And I think that with the TDSIC, because 80% of major infrastructure has to be approved without a rate case, without being able to really go into the critical thinking and understanding of whether or not the infrastructure changes or the the things that are being proposed really will work or not. Customers are paying for that up front. And then if something doesn't work, customers have still paid for it. And so 80% of those major infrastructure requests are being approved. And then every 6 months, an additional up to 2% can be approved for these infrastructure changes that are being made. And that was a concern of the commission back when I was there. It was talked about more as I was leaving, so I didn't really get to delve into it as much, probably why I'm stammering a little bit about it, but do understand it enough to know that there are some mandates that have tied commissioners' hands to be able to do the work that commissioners should be able to do and delve into these rate cases and really be able to ask those critical questions. Did that answer your question, Darlene? Okay.
It did. So, just on the broader question of legislative authority, do you think that the commission has sufficient authority? Would you like to see a tightening of some of that or some more flexibility within the mandates in the statute? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
So the commission has authority to an extent, but it's these mandates that tie the commission's hands is what I'm getting at. And so when commissioners have to guarantee these rate increases, they have to guarantee them. It's in the law. And because it's in the law, we don't have a choice. We didn't have a choice. And commissioners don't have a choice today. I think there needs to be a better understanding of the legislature of some of these issues that have tied the hands of commissioners.
Thank you.
To understand the unintended consequences, I guess. And that's what we're seeing today. We're seeing unintended consequences with rates increasing.
So in your application, you seem to indicate that in all of the above approach you mentioned, natural gas, coal, nuclear, et cetera, would stabilize prices for consumers over time. What do you mean by that?
So with generation, we have to be in all of the above. When I say all of the above, so all the types of generation that are available, we need to be encompassing. It is a critical, it's critical service that needs to be provided. And because it is a critical service that needs to be provided, and because more and more and more electricity is being used, everything's being tied together, more and more generation is needed. And so we have to use everything. And over time, and one of the things that I think about and I've wondered is why we've not moved more quickly to explore, and I'm glad that the governor is now exploring it, the small modular nuclear reactors. I think those are important to add as well. And over time, as we're adding this generation, and then with all of the generation being combined, including the SMRs, then over time it will stabilize the prices.
So, with nuclear, particularly with SMRs, there's the same issue. There's no commission discretion. Commission's going to have to say, well, ratepayers are paying for this. I mean, the commission has put this in place before we even understand the final costs of these things. And
well, that was my concern about where their hands are being tied when they don't have a choice. And so the commission can't make those decisions.
I understand, but it is, if you continue to add generation, you're going to increase bills, utility bills, and I guess I don't understand how that will stabilize prices.
Yeah, I'm saying over time, it'll stabilize the prices because the generation will be there.
What about, have you,
And we've made a lot of changes through the years in the infrastructure as well of the current generation that's there. And so there are ways that we can continue to do that. And I think I talk about some of those in my application as well. When I talk about in the SWOT analysis, I think I talked about that we do have an opportunity to look at more AI-generated maintenance, things that will help over time with the infrastructure that's currently in place as well.
and,
But as we continue to use more and more electricity, as we continue to use more and more electricity, we're going to need the generation.
and then you mentioned performance-based rate making, that utilities should be not rewarded so much for capital spending, but performance. So what aspects of performance should be emphasized?
Yeah, I think that the accountability for the work that's been done or for what's been requested in rate cases or in some of these trackers that are there, for them to be accountable for their work. One of the things that, and again, as a commissioner, you can't make these decisions, but I'm curious, could there be clawbacks if they're not responsible with what they've requested a rate increase for? Could there be a clawback? But a commissioner can't make that decision.
Right.
It has to
One
come
more
from the
question, if
legislature.
that's okay. So, in terms of stabilizing, I guess, costs as much as possible, have you considered the customer side of the meter, the ability to reduce demand, save money, the
Absolutely.
ability to deploy solar and storage, the demand response programs, which are extremely minimal, if not
All of the above.
non-existent?
As when I said all of the above, definitely. Energy efficiency, demand side response, all of it is going to be necessary.
Because it's how I stabilize my costs.
Is that how you stabilize? Yes.
with high efficiency air conditioning and solar, and if people had access to that, if it were supported by policy.
Yeah, I think I said it several times in the application. I do want to reiterate here, I do believe we need all of the above. Everything.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate your perspective on some of the limitations that the commission has. One of the questions I have for you is, within the authority that the commission currently has, are there areas where you think there is discretion, where you could address some of the concerns that you have? And if so, could you articulate what some of those are?
Yeah, so in the rate cases, being fully engaged, as I said, so that we're knowing what questions need to be asked to determine whether or not the request is applicable, legitimate, really needed. One of the things that I was really good at, I want to say this humbly, was being able to ask questions in a way where you're also making a suggestion for them to look at other things. We couldn't tell them what to do outside of the order, but as you're in your hearings, to be able to ask questions. Well, did you consider before you're requesting this? Did you consider these options? And then laying out maybe those options that might be considered. And so then you have discretion if you believe that they did not, or can see that they did not look at other options, then in your order, you ask them to go back to look at other options before then you allow rate recovery for something that they're asking for.
I noticed that you serve on a number of boards, and this work is extensive, spanning more than a page.
Yes,
Thank you for your service to the nonprofit sector.
thank you.
I am curious if that comes with a double-edged sword as it pertains to the work we do here. Only because I know that AES Indiana is a large sponsor for a number of these. And I'm curious how you will broach that perceived impropriety of being on a decision-making capacity for cases that come before the commission having to do with this or any other entity.
Yeah, if there is ever a perception, Lindsay, I want to say this, a perception of impropriety, it is my goal always to stay above the fray. Always. Perception, not just because it's said, but even if there might be a thought that there is an issue. And I would resign from any of them prior to, so that there would not even be that perception.
Resign or recuse? Recuse.
I would resign from the boards.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
If there is a perception that there might be a conflict. It's just how I move. It's important to me that my integrity is of utmost importance to me, and for people to see me with that integrity. Public trust, the trust of every stakeholder is important to me. And so, yes, I would resign. If I needed to recuse myself, I would. When I was actually when I first started at the commission, my uncle, who's now deceased, has been deceased for 10 years, served on the veteran board. He actually resigned when I got my appointment, and it was about time for him to resign as well. But he resigned, but I recused myself for literally for the next 15 months. And as I talked to the governor's office about it and suggested that I recuse myself, even though he had resigned, they agreed with me. And so they said a year, and then I said I would feel more comfortable. It's a little longer, so no one can then ask those questions down the road. So it is important to me.
Thank you for your
Yes.
candor.
Ms. Mays, I have a question about what you were just talking about, supply and demand, that the demand is increasing across the country. Is that accurate, and you agree?
Yes.
And that we are going to need to increase our generation. We're going to need to increase supply of electricity. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So as we're increasing supply and our demand is increasing, you stated that we need an all-of-the-above strategy.
Yes.
Okay. And so in the last 15, 20 years, we have been decreasing a lot of baseload fossil fuel energy. We have been increasing a lot of renewables, buying off of the MISO grid, increasing batteries, things like that. And across the country, our cost of electricity has been going up as that balance has been changing.
Yes.
And so I'm hearing you say more of all of the above, more of a diversified strategy, which you don't really have a play in what gets done. You say yes or no to the utilities. Understood. But you will have to weigh in on SMRs, as you talked about. You will have to weigh in on gas plants, a lot of baseload, large investments, big dollars. And you will be likely attacked by special interests, the media. People will be pushing back on those decisions that you will allow, agree to, things like that. Despite the fact that if you look around the world, the Scandinavian countries in particular, Russia, China, all have nuclear power. And as you said, big investments up front, but over the course of time, you can't argue that it's lower cost of electricity. Even if you look at states in the United States that have had nuclear power for many, many years. And it's true, you build a tank, it costs a lot of money up front, but over the course of 100 years, less expensive over that time. So how will you deal with that pressure from outside, lobbyists, media, pushback? Because rates are expensive right now across the country. How will you deal with the pressure of that kind of pushback on large capital investments?
I guess the way I've always dealt with things. with the thick skin, first and foremost, but also with the knowledge of an understanding of why, and hopefully being able to communicate with them why we need to do those things. Also thinking about, I want to speak a little bit to what you're saying, and maybe we start to think more. I know there was a thought about the entrepreneurial mindset, and so do we think about other ways of finding investment? So maybe going into the profits to invest and then getting recovery after. Thinking about maybe public-private partnerships. So working with the IEDC or working with other organizations, businesses who may invest versus it coming straight from the consumer up front. So I wanted to say that as well. But I would deal with it with thick skin as I always have, and then to communicate clearly as to why it needed to be done.
I really appreciate your answer, both on looking for other places to get the money outside of ratepayers and the communicating why. And also, I hope that the commission knows that it's not their job to convince the public. So I liked your answer, and I think the rest of us, we have our own mission of what we try to educate the public on and on our own perspective, and so really not the job of the commission to do that. And I think that you got to that point very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And my hope, too, would be that we could work more closely with the OUCC.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back to stabilizing prices over time, we have an affordability crisis now. We're going to be adding all these gas plants, et cetera. Demand is spiking primarily because of data centers, right? I mean, and so how do we deal with affordability now? Because bills are going to continue to go up, and we have families that probably spend 40% of their income on electric, not counting water rates as well, which is another crisis. So how do we deal with this now in the context of, increasing bills?
So can I speak first to the data centers? I believe that they need to invest. And it shouldn't just go directly to consumers to invest in the power that they need. They need to invest in their power so that consumers are not hit with that up front. And as I spoke earlier, with a lot of the generation and the modifications or changes that need to be made, then looking at other ways, public-private partnerships, private-to-private partnerships to invest before we're hitting consumers with those bills.
So are you talking about the partnerships that the data center owners engage in or the utilities engage in?
That the data centers need to be engaging with the utilities.
So
regarding
the public-private partnership is, what's the context?
Well, that's a different, so that's, so utilities, that would be the private-to-private partnership. Mm-hmm. But I talked earlier about potentially if there were funds available at the IEDC. There have been a lot of changes in government, so I'm not sure exactly what's available now. And as a commissioner, I wouldn't be able to make that decision anyway. But if there are funds available at the IEDC where a utility could get funding to be able to help pay for some of that work versus going directly to the consumer, it would benefit the consumer.
So that would be a taxpayer-funded
there was money available at the IEDC. That was grant money that was available. So if there's work that's needed, then maybe there are grants available. There are all kinds of things that could be done,
Is that
whether it's
primarily
foundation
taxpayer
work.
or private? Is that taxpayer dollars or private dollars out of the IEDC primarily?
It's taxpayer dollars, yes.
Thank you.
But I'm not saying increase taxes. I'm saying the money was there. I don't know what's happening now with the IEDC.
Thank you.
If I could just put a finer point on that, there
Please.
is a tariff from a utility. I'm not going to get into the weeds in it, but one of the utilities has set a standard of ensuring that the data centers, they have 5 points in their tariff for data centers, one of them being that the data centers pay at least 80% of the construction of new generation.
Yeah.
And the other utilities have followed suit on that, and that's become the standard, and it has also been part of House Bill 1007. So what you're referring to sounds like something that was in the past at IEDC. What's been set the standard moving forward that the utilities are starting to adopt is that the data centers pay for construction of new developments.
And thank you for saying that, because that's what I was saying with the private-to-private partnership. So data center to utility partnership versus taxpayer or versus consumer.
So that is what we're seeing in
Okay.
at this moment. I think that's kind of the concept you were heading towards.
That's, yeah.
Talking about.
Yeah.
I wanted to
I
put
w-
that's what's been set right now.
Thank you. I was just trying to throw out different options. There's also federal money that's been available. There are all kinds of things that are available, but as a commissioner, we could not make those decisions.
Ms. Mays, I'm curious about what you expect, and we touched on this a little bit, but I want to ask very directly. What do you expect to be different this time around if you were to become a commissioner from the last time you sat up on this bench?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. Obviously, relationships are different because there are different people in place. Since serving as a commissioner prior, and I had been a legislator prior to that and had great respect across the aisle. I think Mr. Mayor would agree with that. My hope now, though, in learning more is that as commissioners, that we would engage more. Like I said earlier, with the legislature, be able to engage more, to engage with your office, with the governor's office, building those relationships, stronger relationships in that regard, and not relationships so much as communication, building stronger communication so that we are moving towards the same goal for the state of Indiana. That's what I would think would be different at this point.
And a follow-up to that, your personality strikes me as a unifier.
Very much.
And I would ask about how you might try to deploy that in a heated kind of environment. I think, Indiana's a more, that Hoosier hospitality seems to be a real thing, and maybe we're more, tend to get along more than a lot of places, but even here there's challenges among us, and how might you try to deploy that natural skill you have here in this position?
Yeah, so unification, collaboration, very important to me. Listening skills. So really being able to listen. One of the things I used to talk about when I was in the legislature, because there are so many varied interests, and I've carried this with me. It was something that I really learned when I was there. We all have different ideas, different thoughts. We've got different experiences, different backgrounds. And so one of the things that I try to do is to really be respectful of what others' backgrounds are, what they're thinking when there's a divisive conversation or an issue, to really try and hear what they're saying, to understand why they're saying what they're saying, and then to begin to talk through why we have different opinions or issues, or in this position, really different views on what we're seeing with the evidence that's being presented, and then discuss those and try to come to a collaborative decision. I think that's really important, and I've used that throughout my career.
Thank you. Anything that you think might be a challenge for you in coming back to this position?
No, I'm telling you, I literally loved this job. It is so crazy how much I loved this job. And actually, I loved it so much, and I just dug into it. I didn't even serve on a utility committee in the legislature, so coming into the position, I had no background really in the position at all. And I dug into it so much and became really respected as one of the most knowledgeable commissioners across the country. And just within a couple of years, I was named to chair critical infrastructure for the National Utility Regulatory Commission. And within 6 months had no background in cybersecurity or cybersecurity policy. Within 6 months, I dug in so much, was named as one of the top 15 in the nation in that work, and then was asked to run for president of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. So really, really quickly, it was shortly after I was asked to run that then I was asked to move over to White River State Park Development Commission. So no, to me, I would honor. I can't even explain how much I would be honored to serve again. It is such a privilege. It's a privilege to even be here, to have the opportunity to interview. But it would be such a privilege to serve again and to just do this work and to be able to delve back into it.
Committee, do we have any other questions?
I know I'm like a giddy kid, aren't I?
Well, it's our privilege to have you here, and thank you so much for making the application and taking the time to be here. Thank you very
so
much.
Thank you.
We'll finish up here now. Thank you.
you.
Good afternoon. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's Nominating Committee. This is an interview with Mr. Matthew Kappas. Welcome, Mr. Kappas. I'm Suzanne Jaworowski, Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. We'll get started with your interview with each nominating committee member will introduce themselves. Then we'd like to ask you to introduce yourself, give us any kind of background statement of introduction that you'd like to share, and then we'll start a question and answer discussion. How's that sound?
Sounds great, thank you.
Okay, great.
Jim Merritt.
Welcome, Darlene Sherman.
Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith?
Rachel Hazaray.
Corey Cochran.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My name is Matthew Kappas, and I'll admit I'm not the most outgoing individual, so I'm a little outside my comfort zone today.
Please be comfortable. We want you to be comfortable. Let's just have a conversation. Welcome.
I'd like to begin by thanking you all for your time today and for allowing me to be here. I realize I'm likely one of, if not the youngest candidates that you are considering, but I see that as a strength, as I'd bring a different perspective to the commission. Like many other younger adults, I'm still paying student loans. I'm trying to figure out how to pay for childcare, and I'm doing so while trying to balance the other everyday realities that we face, such as paying my utility bills. I've lived in Indiana my entire life. My mom was a single parent of 5, so I've seen firsthand how difficult it can be to make ends meet. Without the 21st Century Scholarship Program, I probably wouldn't have gone to college, wouldn't have earned my JD and MBA, and I most certainly wouldn't be sitting here in front of you today. For the past 3 years, I've had the honor to serve Indiana ratepayers as an attorney at the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor, where I've had the privilege to learn about utility regulation and the process under Counselor Gray and many others who have spent considerable amount of time with and in front of the commission. During that time, I've learned that the utility industry is one where you could dedicate your entire career to and still not learn everything there is to know. But it would be an honor to continue learning the ins and outs of the utility industry through the lens of a commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kappas, I'll get things started off and we'll turn it over to the committee, but tell us about why you want to move into this position. What is motivating you to go from the OUCC into a regulatory commission position?
Well, part of it is due to, at the OUCC, I've had the opportunity to attend field hearings where I've gotten to listen to the stories of ratepayers and the struggles that they've had to deal with. And as a public servant, while I enjoy working at the OUCC, this motivates me to serve in a broader capacity where I can hopefully do more to help ensure safe and reliable service, but as well as just and reasonable rates.
Thank you very much. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks for that perspective. I want to follow up. You mentioned just and reasonable rates. So we've had some discussions about the difference between just and reasonable rates and affordability, whether those are the same, whether you see equivalency. I'd be interested in hearing your perspective on that.
Well, I don't think it's an easy answer. I do think that there's overlap there with affordability and just and reasonable rates. As affordability is one of 5 pillars, I think they have to be weighed together. And so I believe just and reasonable means considering affordability, but in light of the other 4 pillars.
I don't really consider age as a factor when we're talking about this important role here. But I do think it would be a benefit as well, because you get to weigh a lot of things that you hear from when you attend public hearings. You know, I've sat through a number of those too, so I'm familiar with how, well, they get yelled at. But I'll be frank with you, I'm curious, given that perspective and given your work in this subject matter, how specifically that could lend you towards seeing Governor Braun's charge that we all, I mean, we are broad, diverse coalition here. I think we all agree that affordability is so key in making life, everyday quality of life and ability to achieve prosperity a thing for Hoosiers, no matter their age. So give me an idea as to your specific expectations for this role, as to how you see your ability to balance not only the ratepayer interest, but that of the utilities, considering your youthful role.
Considering my youthful role, like I mentioned, I, myself struggle with these issues, and so that definitely plays a part into the perspective I bring to the commission. But I also understand that the commission's decisions are based upon evidence that's in the record and the laws that those facts have to be applied to. And I would hope for a robust record from the different parties so that those issues can be weighed and for affordability, along with the other pillars, to get their fair weight.
Thank you. Oh, may I follow? May I follow up? Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't catch the mic that quickly. I'll do my best. You took it from me. Okay, so the point I am curious in just asking again, knowing that you feel that pressure too at home to weigh those balance out that at home, it tells me that you're aware of the concept of energy burden, and that typically that should be around 6% for energy bills for a family, according to household income, and that we've seen these just explode to 30 and 40% of household income. And that is, we hear that constantly, and you know more than anyone about that. And so when the governor throws this out there as a chief priority, yes, statute tells us to weigh all those 5 pillars equally, but obviously those public expectations are different. And so how will you, within those statutory guidelines, be able to give those ratepayers a fair shake? Or do you think that's even possible?
I think it's possible. The commission does have discretion in many aspects, and so I do think that it's possible, but it is a balancing act, and it's I'm one of 5 commissioners, so while I hope there's healthy discussion, all I can do is bring forth my perspective and do the best that I can to use the facts that are in the record to come to a reasonable decision.
Thank you, Mr. Kappas. My question is related to kind of the outward-facing portion of this role and the communication with the public. These are complex issues. You know this, I'm sure. But you kind of started off this interview by saying that you're a little bit outside of your comfort zone. So I kind of want to give you the opportunity to respond, maybe take that a step further, and convince me that this role is the right fit for you, knowing that this is an outward-facing role and maybe in the future even more outward-facing than it is to this day.
So I think with growth and personal growth, first is pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. So I do my best to push myself outside of that comfort zone, whether that's being chair of my county political party or sitting here in front of you today. But I also think as a commissioner, while it is in the public eye, there's also not much direct face-to-face interaction with the public. A lot of our discussions with the public and how we convey our orders, per se, is through the order itself. And so I think it's important that when we write orders, that they are in as plain of language as possible. I mean, that's something that the legal field as a whole has been working on for a while now, is to make these complex situations in as plain language as possible.
So let me follow up on that. We had 47 applicants for 3 roles, and from what I understand, that is not typically the trend we see. So I don't know if this role is going to look different in 10 years from now, but if it were to become more of an outward facing, if we saw this role morph and saw someone as a commissioner being more of an advocate, either with the General Assembly or with the public, I just feel like there's a lot of energy, a lot of momentum and energy right now, and the conversation continues to increase in this realm. So I guess saying that, do you feel like you could be more of an outward-facing commissioner at some point if you get this role?
I think so. I feel as though while this is a little bit out of my comfort zone, I wouldn't say it's greatly out of my comfort zone. I'm a little nervous and is slightly out of my comfort zone, but I'm not a full-on introvert. I do have some extrovert qualities, and so I think that is something that I could get accustomed to.
Thank you.
You mentioned that the commission's duty is to maintain fairness while driving continuous improvement in your application. What do you mean by continuous improvement?
Well, we all know that there's an issue with rising demand and capacity possibly not keeping up with that increase in demand. And so as the regulators of the utility industry, I think it's important that we increase innovation and allow for that to take place. And so while a lot of that is dependent on utilities or other businesses, it is the commission plays a part in that avenue.
And what kind of innovation would you perceive as positive?
Well, through the energy conferences that I've been to, there's a lot of talk about SMRs, and I think that's intriguing. I think I'm cautiously optimistic about it. I'm still learning about it, so I don't know everything there is to know about it. But whenever Rolls-Royce gives a presentation about SMRs, you listen and you learn, and it's definitely intriguing.
And what are they? What's the general discussion about them? What do they say about them?
Well, one discussion is that they could be a possible avenue for long-term generation and possibly decrease rates in the long run. And so that's something that definitely catches my ear.
How do you decrease rates in the long, how does that happen? How does it?
You'd be more efficient. So I think efficiency, I think that's I think that's one of their driving, PR is that SMRs are efficient. And when you have efficiency, just like in all industries, efficiency can decrease prices.
Well, you have capital costs up front.
Sure.
You have operating and maintenance. I mean, what kind of efficiency do you mean? Do you mean it's more efficient than, I don't know, what, natural gas plant or something like that? Or what do you mean?
Well, as I mentioned, I'm still, I'm early on into the utility industry, so I'm still learning these ins and outs. And so, without seeing numbers, it's hard to say. But we've seen other industries become efficient. TVs are much cheaper than they used to be. Not to liken energy to a TV, but with efficiency, improved efficiency, I think, prices overall decrease. That doesn't mean that efficiency can't happen in other generation, though. So I can't necessarily say that without looking at numbers that an SMR is more efficient than a gas peaking plant or anything like that. But that would be something that, utilities would ultimately make a decision on to what is most efficient for them and bring it to the commission.
All right, thank you.
Can you talk about your role as one of three new members potentially, and what do you see as the most important qualities for someone to have to serve in an effective way on the IURC?
Well, I think an effective commissioner, first and foremost, has integrity, is able to be fair and have sound judgment. But I also believe that should be combined with the ability to listen and to work collaboratively with others. Ultimately, a commissioner is a public servant, so I think in order to be a great commissioner, you have to understand that as a public servant, that your duty is to dedicate yourself to those that you serve. Many public servants serve the public directly, such as educators and public safety officials, while commissioners are a different type of public servant. They make decisions on how services are provided to the public. And I think when you make those decisions, I think you have to remember that your decisions affect real people. They affect families, they affect businesses, they affect the communities. And so when you're making those decisions, I think it's important to do so with integrity and in fairness. But I think you have to have the sound judgment to be able to apply the facts that are in the record to come to a reasonable decision.
Mr. Kappas, I want to echo what Lindsay said about your age. I think it's an asset and not a drawback. Also, I have to say there's a lot of things that I'm very impressed with about you. You came here and sat in front of us. You admitted that you were nervous. You said that it was because of the 21st Century Scholarship Program that you were able to get an education. And I would say it's because of your drive and what you did that you were able to get an education, that you got a JD and an MBA. Most people, don't take advantage of those kinds of programs. So you stepped out and got that. You took the chance to make the application to become a regulator in this environment. Also, you admitted that you could work in the energy industry for a long, long time and still not know everything about it. I would agree with that. and I'm the Secretary of Energy, and I'm still learning a lot about the energy industry. In fact, I didn't know for a long time there was an Office of the Utility Consumer Counselor, and it's such an important agency, and you are essentially working for the ratepayer advocacy side of things. And so my question that I'm finally getting to after heaping praise on you is that being at the OUCC, I would imagine there are leverage items, levers that you are seeing that you could bring to becoming a regulator that could perhaps lower the cost of electricity or make things perhaps more affordable in the future that you might be able to bring to this position or have knowledge of. Can you think of anything like that that might benefit you as a regulator because of your time at the OUCC?
So I think my time at the OUCC, I have the benefit of working with a lot of experts, and I've learned a lot from those experts. I think I would agree that there probably are some things that can be done to address those issues. I think while it would be on a case-by-case basis and a utility-by-utility basis, and there's probably no, quick, easy answer to that. But I think there are probably a few things that we could look at, such as cost of equity, I think, is one issue that we could probably look at. But as I mentioned, I think it would be on a utility-by-utility basis, case-by-case basis, and really dependent on what the parties bring forth in their cases in chief and in their rebuttals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm interested, you mentioned, you'll be one of 5. And as you think about the perspective that you'll bring to the commission, I'd be interested in understanding what you would like to see in other commissioners who you might have an opportunity to work with.
Well, like I said, I believe that, a good commissioner is one that has integrity, fairness, and sound judgment. And I would look forward to working with Commissioners Valletta and Ziegner as well. But I think that you want somebody that is not predetermined in their opinion and is willing to listen and have meaningful discussions to hopefully come to a consensus, but that doesn't necessarily always happen. And so that's why there's still room for concurring opinions and dissenting opinions. But I think it's important to just be able to have that meaningful discussion with an open mind.
I'm interested about when you came to the Office of the Utility Consumer Counselor, what were things that you learned when you got there that you didn't know before you came?
Well, like you, I didn't know that they existed. So I learned that there is, a state agency that represents ratepayers when utilities have certain requests. And I learned that there's quite a few people that work in that agency that are very intelligent, and the amount of work that is required is immense. And so I would say I learned everything that I know. But yeah, like you, when I saw the posting, I was like, this is new to me. They never really talked about utility law when I was in law school, so I didn't even realize that it existed. So
you perhaps more than anyone would know that there's an extreme amount of work done behind the closed doors on these docketed proceedings before the commission, thousands of pages of reading and analyzing. Obviously, we know it's already been shared with us that there's a staffing shortage in the OUCC. How would you, in the times of lean government, advocate with the governor's office to have robust staffing at both the IURC and the OUCC?
Well, I think first and foremost, in this, as you say, lean government, you have to understand the realities of that situation first and foremost, and that change will take time, and that it's probably not an easy fix. But at the OUCC, I know Councilor Gray is doing everything she can to make it known the needs that they need, that we need over there. And that means a lot, to know that somebody understands and is working towards that. And so I would hope to bring the same energy that Councilor Gray brings, so that the IURC staff knows that they are appreciated and that they're not alone.
Okay, nominating committee, any other questions for Mr. Kappas? Yes, go ahead.
I want to talk a little bit about the statutory authority that the IURC has. And of course, the commission members are obligated to follow that in their orders. But I'm curious, do you think that they have sufficient authority under the statute, or do you think it should be changed, modified? Do you think that their hands have been tied too tightly, perhaps, in regulating rates, or should they be a little bit more flexible? Do you have an opinion on that?
I mean, ultimately, I think that the commission has the authority that is necessary to make decisions. There's certain things that are statute-driven, but I believe there are certain issues that allow for some discretion. The statute is, I mean, Title 8, Article 1 is like, when you print it off, it's like 335 pages. So it's hard to know everything that's in there. And so with every case, it's going back and reading the statute again. And so, but yeah, I believe that they do have the authority that's necessary.
And I'm thinking more in terms of the, sort of the recent increased pressure, perhaps from all sides, really, on the commission to do something about affordability, and whether or not they need either less restriction or more restriction or more definition or more parameters to drive that point, to really work towards that goal.
Well, like I said, I ultimately do believe that the commission has the authority that's necessary. And the number of, I've only been there 3 years, but there's been a lot of rate cases in those 3 years. And you have evidence put forth by many different parties, and the OUCC, Industrial Group, the Citizens Action Coalition, they put forth evidence, and I know when we put forth evidence, we like to back it by legal reasoning. And so just because the commission didn't necessarily decide with us then doesn't mean that they couldn't have.
Matt, we really appreciate you being here. We really haven't talked in the last couple of days with folks that are interviewing about AI. And we've talked about staffing of the IURC and as well as the UCC. What kind of impact do you think AI will have on the commission and utilities? And do you have any thoughts? And we know that the commission does not create policy. However, do you see AI being a tool that could be helpful to the commission and to the utility world of Indiana?
I mean, as a millennial, I've had technology my entire life. You know, the internet was created when I was born. So I think we've come a long way in technology, and I think technology continues to get more and more advanced. And AI is a very interesting technological advancement that I think will have impacts in the future. I don't know how far in the future, but I don't think AI is there quite yet. I myself have used AI, and so therefore I know the inaccuracies that can come out of AI in its current form. Just the other day I was using Google AI, and I was searching for cases where commissioners have written a consent or a dissent or concurring opinion, and it's like, yeah, look at this case, cause number. I look it up and I'm like, that doesn't have a dissent or a concurring opinion. So I'm like, nope, that doesn't have one. And it'll be like, okay, well, look at this one, and it gives me a cause number, and it says that this is the case, and I'm like, well, that cause number isn't even to that case. And so it can be a useful tool, but there's still a lot of inaccuracies with it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kappas, thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to say? You have a few minutes left here with us, or any questions you have for us?
Yeah, first I have a question. What would your guys' opinion be on, would you guys like to see more concurring and dissenting opinions from commissioners?
You know, I can't say I have an opinion on that. Really, again, like a lot of the answers that people have given us, it goes in a case-by-case basis. What I personally would like to see is tenacity, inquisitiveness, people who do their homework, being able to make sure that when a decision is made here, that it's made for the right reasons and taking into consideration the needs of Hoosiers as well. I mean, the needs of Hoosiers by far is number one, but that it's all-encompassing, and that we've looked at what are other states doing? Is this the best technology? And looking at the 5 pillars and making sure that they're all satisfied in this decision. And really, in this environment, we talk a lot about affordability. Yes, affordability is really there, but we can't ignore the other 5 pillars. And so, can't really say that dissent is the thing, but it's really, it goes case by case, would be my answer.
I'll jump in as a fellow attorney. So I think that sometimes dissents can plant seeds that down the line can take a majority position eventually, depending on what the issue is or how it's created. I think concurring opinions can show where there's alignment on outcomes, but perhaps not methods. I'd be interested in turning that question back around on you, though, to hear your perspective on the value of dissents and concurring opinions from the commission.
I personally, I wouldn't mind seeing some concurring and dissenting opinions. To me, it's hard to believe that 5 people that come from different backgrounds with different perspectives are able to agree on everything all the time.
My answer would be more a process question, or answer, excuse me. I don't care if it's a dissent or a concurrence, or if it's 5-0 or 3-2, I don't care. But what I do think would be helpful is for the IURC to be given the option, the window into forensic accounting for some of these utilities books, everyone's books, not some, because that will only allow us to see that question that we've all ID'd as a priority, which is ROE, and if they're really getting what they need, or are we just asking for just more money hand over fist because we can? So that's my non-answer to your question. But I would agree regarding the points that my colleague has made regarding a more legal frame of mind in terms of the concurrence dissent, sorry.
And then else I'd like to say is, first, again, thank you all for having me here. I know I mentioned that this is an industry of learning, and I just wanted to make it a point that I understand that a lot of agencies have been asked to cut their costs, and even with that cutting of cost, whether it's in the commission's budget or not, I would make it a point to continue going to the State Bar Association's fall and spring seminars, the INDIAC and IEA conferences, and attending any NARUC trainings or trainings from other organizations to help bridge that learning gap.
I'm going to quote you on that. It's an industry of learning. That's going in my book.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kappas, thank you so much. We are so glad that you came here for the interview today. We're so glad that you applied for this job. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thanks.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's Nominating Committee. We have Mr. Bob Dyke here. Mr. Dyke, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Suzanne Jaworowski, Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. This is our nominating committee, and we'll get started with this interview. We would like to have the nominating committee members first introduce themselves to you and welcome you to this meeting. Then we'd like to ask you to start with some opening remarks, an introduction, tell us about yourself, and then we'll start with some questions and kick off the discussion. Does that sound okay?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Jim Merritt.
Darlene Sherman.
Lindsay Hay.
Grant Smith.
Rachel Hazaray.
Corey Cochran.
Thank you. Let me start off by saying I'm really happy to be here. I appreciate all your time and that you're devoting to this. I think it's very, very important for the state of Indiana. And I think it's probably unheard of that 3 commissioners be put on at the same time. So it's going to be very big changes for the IURC commission. Let me just start off by saying I'm from Vandenberg County, Evansville, and I've heard a lot of people saying they want representation from Evansville on the committee. So I put my name in a hat, and hopefully I get moved on to the next step. A little bit about myself. I'm going to tell you a little bit of personal stuff and where I grew up at and all that. I am married, have 6 kids, and we have 6 grandkids. And they're very, very successful kids and grandkids. And they're very productive citizens of Indiana. They all live here in the Hoosier State. And our youngest just got married Saturday, so I'm exhausted. We've been getting ready for that wedding. And they actually live in Monrovia. And he's a pilot at Indianapolis Airport, and she works for the Indiana Fever. So it's pretty cool. A little bit about where I come from, and I want to kind of explain some stuff about some energy that when I was growing up, I learned and was very inquisitive about. Back in 1936, I wasn't born yet, of course, but Franklin Roosevelt had a New Deal, and part of that New Deal was the Rural Electrification Act. And my mother and father got married in 1945. We lived in a Hoosier homestead farm. They got married in 45, but they didn't get electricity at their farm until 1949. So it was a long time before they got electricity. My mom was always telling me as a child that she said the reason why they didn't get electricity is because nobody allowed them to run the poles and line across their field, which was true. So they finally caved, the neighbors caved, and let them run electricity to their fields. As I said, I grew up on the farm in Posey County. I'm now a Vandenberg County resident. But during that time when I was growing up in the early 70s, we had a coal-fired plant built within a mile of our farm. And it's Center Point now. And it changed the whole landscape where I lived. Transmission lines were put in. Railroad was put in. New roads were put in. Now that plant's a gas plant. Since then, there's an ethanol plant that was built by it. There's a coal terminal there that brings coal from the Illinois basin, takes it, offloads onto the barges, takes it down to the Gulf of Mexico, and goes to China. So there's a lot of activity there. Also in our county, we have a refinery, one of 2 in Indiana. We also have a soybean crushing plant. They take the soy oil and take it for biodiesel. We have a 190 megawatt solar array, which is only about a mile from our farm. And then also we have BWX Technologies, which does a lot of solar work for the Navy. So the county I came from has a broad history of all kind of energy there. As I got older, I always was inquisitive about energy, and I think every occupation I had an energy-related field in it. Later in the years, I was in a very bad car accident, and I kind of made a pact with myself that I would get involved with public service. So I did that later on in life. became a county councilman, county commissioner in Posey County. Then I ran for state senate, where I got to serve on the Senate Utilities and Technology Committee with the chairman here. So I enjoyed my time there. And I learned a lot about the energy field there. I will say, when I was in the Senate, my Senate district encompassed the Center Point coal-fired plant and also the Duke Gibson generating plant. So I had 2 coal-fired plants in my district at the time. I loved public service, and my kids are all involved in public service pretty much as well. They're involved in a lot of the boards. Some of them are elected officials, and I really respect that. I think public service, whether you run for office or you work for a public entity, it is good. I think that to give back to society what you received is important in life, and it helps me, it helps other people, and I think that's the name of the game in life. So I look forward to hearing any questions you may have. I'm excited to be here, and I'll try to answer the best of my ability.
Thank you very much, Bob, for applying and getting to this point. You know, when we served in the Senate, we'd have those big, large piece of legislation that would be energy-oriented, or it would be the state budget, you know, hundreds of pages. And what we've tried to emphasize in the last couple of days is there's one heck of a lot of reading.
Yes.
And I call it the IURC cave, because you go in there and you really don't come out. It's a 9 to 5. It's a grind. It's a very difficult position. And I think my question to you is how will you approach that responsibility for 4 years, every day of the week, and sometimes at night? And it's a very difficult job. How would you approach it?
Yeah, well, Senator Merritt, I guess I can call you Senator Merritt, appreciate the question. I will tell you, in public service life and during the Senate, my Senate career, I have never, ever missed a meeting, a hearing, a vote in committee or on the floor. I've never missed a board meeting on any of the boards I served, and I take it very personally to be able to serve the people. And if they put me in that position, I will be there. At the State House, I showed up probably 2 hours before I needed to be there, read bills, trying to get acclimated to what's going on, what I need to be voting on. So I love to read, I love to learn, and I do have a lot to learn in this position. There's no question about it. I think be able to talk to other commissioners, other people who've been there, commissions in other states, any kind of other boards that I would serve on nationally, to learn from all them. Because as I learned in local government, you're not the only ones with the problem. And other people can share their ideas, and maybe they have the best ideas, maybe they don't. But I believe that I would be able to put the time and effort into this position and serve it and make people proud of me being there.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
Obviously, you've done a lot of work since you left public service, and, well, not counting the time you were county council, forgive me, but just going through all of the work you've been doing in the energy sector.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your work in especially EMV, or excuse me, some DSM, or
Sure.
any energy efficiency initiatives that you've been working on, and how that would help you here.
Absolutely. Little did I know, when we were working on the legislation for the Energizing Indiana energy efficiency bill, that I would know I'd be working on that in the future. I had no idea. And as I left the Senate legislature, I thought it looked very appealing to me, so I got involved with it. I worked with all 5 investor-owned utilities. I was a client relationship manager, worked with all of them, traveled the state, and worked with them on energy efficiency. We had residential, we had commercial, and we had industrial. The industrials opted out of the program, and I think energy efficiency is the best bang for the buck as far as saving money and helping individuals, especially low-income individuals. We worked on demand-side management. We worked on rebates for lighting, air conditioning, thermostats, lighting, and we helped a lot of people on the commercial and residential side. And it was so nice to be able to take those rebate checks back to them and saying, here, this has saved you a lot of money, and you'll be able to pay this lighting upgrade or variable speed drive upgrades on your equipment back in 3 to 4 or 5 years instead of 12 years. And I think it's very important for those programs to still exist. I know the utilities run their own now, but we were third-party administrators, and I think we did a good job at doing that. I enjoyed working with the OUCC at the time. They were on our committee, and two members from each investor-owned utility was on that committee as well. So I think we did a good job for the state, and I love those type programs.
Senator, thank you for your time this afternoon. My question is kind of in relation to your current contract that you mentioned with Indiana American Water. Not saying good, bad, indifferent. I do just kind of want to talk through that and, being on the opposite side, potentially, or being in the middle, away from one side or the other. Can you just talk about how you would handle that, knowing that you've been working under contract for a large-scale utility that has investors?
I would say if there's anything that comes in front of the commission, I'd have to recuse myself if I worked on those projects. I would just have to excuse myself from that. I do think there's a good place for a private entity. There's a lot of struggling utilities right now, water and wastewater, and I think there's a place for that. But I would recuse myself from anything that came about that I've been working on.
And I think that relates to Indiana American Water, but just as other large utilities,
yes,
are you able to kind of be that unbiased
absolutely.
arbitrator? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, I would.
I want to follow that thread a little bit because I think you bring a really interesting perspective. You've been on the side of struggling with creation of legislation, of policy, essentially, for the state as it relates to energy. And then you've been on the side of having to deal with the implementation. So as you consider a role on the commission, I'm interested how those varied perspectives will feed into your role and as a commissioner. And also, a second piece of that question is whether you think that there are pieces based on kind of where the commission has its current authority, whether you think the commission has sufficient authority to be able to weigh in the ways that you think would be meaningful.
Well, I think the commission has authority now through Title VIII and statute, and we have to follow that. Do I have my own opinions about maybe some legislation? Sure I do. But if I would be placed on the commission, I would be objective, I would be impartial, I'd be judge and jury, and I would have to keep my opinions. I could talk about my opinions to the other commissioners, but I would have to keep those separate. You have to keep the human element out of that when you're dealing with rate cases and such. So don't know if that answered all your questions or not.
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful, and I appreciate you're going into a role that of its nature requires impartiality. I'm interested how you think your prior experience will inform your approach as a commissioner.
Well, I think I have a well-rounded approach, of course, Rachel. being both on the legislative side and implementing the programs as well throughout Indiana. I think I have a broad experience to be able to talk to other commissioners on my perspective of it, and maybe bringing a little bit to them that they are not aware of as well.
I see that you point out that, or you say that Indiana, one of the weaknesses is relying too heavily on coal. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, and it's a trying time as well as you all know. It is a time when demand is going to be going up. If you look at all the modeling, it's going to go up tremendously. Renewables, I'm all for renewables. I think we need to make sure renewables are in place, and a lot of them have already. But I think during this time of growth, with maybe data centers, is you're going to have to be able to keep coal in the play. That's my personal opinion. You can't get the infrastructure built in time. Of course, solar and wind, you can get it built a lot quicker than a coal plant or nuclear reactor or whatever you're looking at. But I think that you're going to have that in play, although I would like to see it phased out over the years, of course.
How would you best phase that out?
Well, the utility companies have made a lot of investments already. The Center Point, well, I'll say, down in my area, they have went to solar. They got a 190 megawatt solar farm there now. They've converted over to gas there. So that's gone. I think you have to have a well thought out plan, and it has to be it can't be all at once. It has to be slowly because of the cost to the consumer. And I think if you have a long range plan, I think it would work to, slowly move away from coal.
Thank you.
Senator, my question for you is about what characteristics does it take to make a really good regulator? And you would be moving from being in the policymaker position to being the policy taker position. So talk about that transition and what characteristics you would bring to that table.
Well, it would definitely be different role. There's no doubt about it. I think I would be very impartial. I think I would be very knowledgeable on my side, and I have to gain a lot more knowledge. I think communication is very important, to communicate with the other members, to learn from them and learn from the staff. I think the staff is a tremendous asset, both on the IURC and the OUCC. And, like I said, I'd be the judge and jury. So to have to be objective to what is in front of me, and I'd have to follow state law and statute and other court cases as well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I have another question.
Okay.
So Evansville is definitely a hot spot about energy prices right now.
Correct.
And, we hear that a lot. We hear a lot about all over the state, but it's an issue of all over the country. So Evansville, even though it's challenging there and it's coming to the surface and it's a part of everyday life and people are talking about it, it's something that's happening everywhere across the country. Yeah. But coming from Evansville and being on the commission, how would you handle that pressure of being the representative that's here on behalf of the Evansville constituency? And what do you think that you would bring to the table there? And how would you take that responsibility from a place that is really crying out a lot for the need for attention?
Well, I appreciate the question. You're right. It is a hotbed down there right now. And I get, as Jim probably is aware, I get phone calls all the time about energy bills. Matter of fact, I got a call last night when I was home, and they were talking about they live right by a co-op, and they live in another area and wanted to be served by the co-op because they get their lights on before the other ones do. And I try to explain simply why they can't do that. There's a lot of expectations in the southern part of the state right now. A lot of people are very upset on their pricing of their amount, the quick increases that they've had. But I'm thick-skinned because you have to be in public office. People are going to criticize you all the time. They're not going to love you all the time. And I'm not loved all the time anyway. So you have to be able to try to explain to them how it works, like I did the gentleman last night, explain the legislative process and the commission process. And hopefully they understand. There is affordability issue, like you said, across the whole nation. It's hit here in Indiana just recently. And I would try to do my best to represent the people, the consumer, and also justify why we need to invest in infrastructure as well.
Obviously, Evansville seems to be the hot spot. I don't think I've seen people marching in the streets about their utility bills in a long time, and I've been doing this for 15 years, so that was a remarkable event in kind of the trajectory we're here on. And obviously the governor is asking us to consider affordability as his primary goal in naming our chosen 3 to send to him for each of our vacancies. There's a lot in statute that would be a guardrail and limitation to pursuing affordability solely, and obviously we have the 5 pillars we have to consider as well. But tell us how exactly you see any openings in the options to, within your role as commissioner, to advocate for affordability.
Lindsay, what is affordability? Is it 8 or 10% of your gross income? Maybe so. Maybe it is nationwide. Is it 30% or 40%? No, it should not be. But that's what's happening to a lot of folks right now. And it doesn't matter if you're lower income or middle income or higher income. I think it's affecting everybody. And what I've told everybody, too, in southern Indiana is, rate increases or the price of energy is not a partisan deal. I mean, we all need to get together and figure this out together. And I don't know what all that means. I don't have the equation. I wish I had a crystal ball to look in it and say, hey, what do we need for the future? But I think the perfect storm is hitting us right now, and it's going to be hitting us for the next several years of what in the heck are we going to do, to do this. But I will say affordability should be more in the 8-10% of your gross income rate. It should not be higher than that. And I think a lot of people are hurting. Just real quick, I had a tavern restaurant owner. He's got 3 restaurants and taverns in our area. And just a couple months ago, his bill for all 3 was $55,000. And he said, it's not sustainable. I said, I can perfectly understand that. But it's not hitting just one group. It's hitting everyone. And I think that's why the storm is happening right now.
I noticed that Senator Toms, follow up. I noticed that Senator Toms is on your list of references.
I did.
Obviously, that speaks to this is not a partisan issue.
Yeah.
I'm curious because obviously CenterPoint bills have surged $44 a month in the past few years, a 25% increase over these over the last decade, which is just startling. I assume you've talked with him about this, and you have his support. I'm hopeful that this conversation, I know that there's a firewall between the IURC and the legislature, or at least it's been treated that way. How do you plan to advocate as a commissioner within those guardrails? You know, I don't want you to step outside of any official role, but I do think you have a leadership position, and so you might be sought after for that. How would you plan to do that?
Well, Lindsay, I would say that, first of all, when I did apply for this position, I contacted every elected official in my area. And it didn't matter what party you were, I talked to every one of them. And I asked for their support, and they all gave support to me. They want to see somebody from Evansville represent them. Now, what was I lost track of what your question was.
I wanted to know exactly how you plan to use that influence as a commissioner within those firewall considerations to advocate.
Yeah, you know, I would love to be able to communicate with the legislature, but I think there needs to be an insulated value from the commission to the legislature as well, and lobbying and things like that. But, you know, I'm always open to talking to people about it. Don't know how I would quite tiptoe around to all that, but, you know, I know their views, all the elected officials' views. I know my views, and hopefully, you know, something can happen in between. Don't know if that's a very good answer, Lindsay, but that's what I got. Yeah.
This is not a follow-up, but in the same vein, obviously you know that you've acknowledged the work of the staff and how much just the thousands of pages of docket entries that that happen behind closed doors. Obviously, we are working within some parameters of lean government right now, doing way more with less and less and less. There are vacancies in the OUCC right now, and I know staffing is not to what it could be at the IURC. Would you plan, or how do you plan on advocating with the governor to have robust staffing at both of these agencies?
Well, first of all, I think the staff at IURC, I have not worked with them at all, but I'm sure it's amazing staff. I have worked with the staff at OUCC from time to time, and they're amazing staff as well. I will say I respect all staff, all workers, and I acknowledge that. I mean, at the State House, Sarah Freeman was the attorney for the Utilities Committee, and enjoyed working with her. And I think mutual respect is important. Of course, and I think that money, of course, is always an issue. But I think the people that are working in both the IURC and the OUCC are great people, and they're very dedicated people. I would be willing to have that conversation with other commissioners and the governor as well. You're welcome.
Senator, I know your age based on what I have in front of me.
Yeah.
So I think I can say this, but you know, it seems to be you're kind of at the runway of your career. So why is this of interest to you, aside from the things that are going on maybe at home and in Evansville, and your experience? But convince me why you're here.
Well, first of all, Cora, I'm not at the runway. But, no, I appreciate that. I think from my experience locally and at the state level, in the private sector, and all the energy efficiency programs that I worked with, that I have a lot to give back to society and to the state of Indiana. I appreciate my time that I was able to help people, and I love to help people. I love to listen. You can ask my wife. I listen a lot. And I try to come to a conclusion, come to a good consensus with people on what should be done. So I think this, like a judicial role here, I think I would fit in perfectly with that, because I can weigh everything. I can be impartial about it. I just think I would love to be in this role to serve the state of Indiana. And, you know, Corey, we're at a time, and I always say this, we're at a time that the energy can be shaped for the future. What's that going to look like? I don't know for sure. I know what I'd like to see it shaped like, but I don't have any idea what it's going to look like in the future. But I think we have a great opportunity ahead of us with the demand going up and all the different mixes of energy coming together.
Just a couple random, one follow-up from Corey. Knowing the demands on your time for this full-time position, do you plan to relocate to Indianapolis?
Well, I'm going to get an apartment here, but I'm going to keep my residence in Vandenberg County. So I will stay up here when I need to be here all week, and I go home on the weekends.
In your work for American Water, I know
Yes.
you said you're going to recuse yourself, but I'm curious, what specifically do you do for them?
I do consulting work for them. So utilities that maybe are looking at, they're struggling, paying for their utility, paying for upgrades of their utilities. You know, I also worked with Indiana Rural Water on the energy efficiency side. So I've been around the whole state. And that position, it was created through the Farm Bill, the National Farm Bill, Federal Farm Bill, and that money was used for water and wastewater utilities under 7,000 population. And if you would be able to go to some of these water and wastewater plants, they are struggling. The boards have not raised rates for 20 and 30 years, and they want to add on their system. They can't even buy a lift station pump. They can't buy blowers to put oxygen in for their wastewater system. Kind of lost here, Dolly. I forgot what I was saying. But I will say that there's a lot of utilities struggling, and some of them need help from a private firm to help out. So I can't really go into details of anybody I'm working with or anything like that, but we're just trying to help local utilities that reach out to us.
I won't ask more details, but I am just curious, were you a component in identifying distressed utilities for Indiana American Water to, okay,
No.
so the acquisitions part of things was not your role?
Right.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So I read the report on Energize Indiana.
Yes.
The results of that program. They were
Yes.
pretty impressive.
They were.
So the elimination of that program, do you think it has contributed to the affordability issues we're seeing now?
Not necessarily, Grant, but I will say we had a weatherization program where they, blew insulation in low-income attics, things like that. I believe that has, for the lower-income people, yes, that definitely created affordability issues to them. We went in, they did blower door tests to the house, find out where the leaks are, things like that. So that has affected the lower income, I think, more than maybe the middle or higher income brackets.
And you've dealt with water. Do you think water efficiency could play the same type of role?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. I mean, and behavioral changes with people, just aerators on their faucets, things like that. There's all kind of, and we did do that with Energizing Indiana too, because we had a gas side too. Mm-hmm. We did the gas and electric side, just a small amount of gas side. But absolutely, I mean, people waste a lot of water. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you.
Senator, I have a question. Did you, Lindsay, were you going to ask? Are you sure? I want to go back to your application and your
Yes.
SWOT analysis.
Yes.
You talk about in your weaknesses,
Mm-hmm.
and it's inconsistent with what you're talking about here today. One of your first comments here today was about extending the life of coal plants. But in your SWOT analysis, you said weaknesses, Indiana continues to rely on fossil fuels. Increasing energy needs coupled with the slow transition away from fossil fuels. One of your top threats here, data centers drive economic growth, but they would apply additional pressure to the grid and threaten to increase ratepayers' cost and reliance on fossil fuels. That sounds very different from when you first sat down and one of your first statements was, we need to extend fossil fuels, and you seemed very positive about having a coal plant in your area. I want to give you the opportunity to clear that up, that you're not just wanting to appease the administration. What's the difference here?
Well, I wanted to tell you about where I grew up at, and the area I grew up in was very diverse with energy. So we had a little of everything, and we do now. What's thrown something a little different in this is the increase in demand. So I think the increase in demand will have to rely on fossil fuels until we can get other things built or change the mixture of energy. So that's what I was getting at on this. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does answer my question. I think asked and answered, yes. I am a big believer in energy reality and not just ideology, because I think a lot of what we've gotten to right now, we had PJM come and speak to our Energy Growth Task Force a few weeks ago, and they literally outlined about 5 different scenarios of where they could end up with. The most favorable scenario is that they are at 0 within the next few years, that they don't have a surplus and they don't have a deficiency. The worst case scenario is that out of those 13 states that PJM serves, they could have a 24 gigawatt deficiency. And I'm sure you know from your time on the Senate Utilities Committee that the whole state of Indiana runs on 22 gigawatts. 24 gigawatt deficiency at PJM is like, and I don't want to worry people, we'll get where we need to go, but it's time to get serious about our energy needs. And so I appreciate that you said, you know, the reality is we need to keep the coal plants on that are able to keep going. I agree with that. I know that the governor agrees with that. And I just want to be clear, and even though you don't set policy in this position, but because that came up in both places, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, what you said is correct. Okay.
Sorry. I'm curious about your time on demand-side management and energy efficiency. It sounds like you could be considered an expert in that area. And so even though you wouldn't be setting policy as this job, I can't help but ask you about this because I have the opportunity, and since we don't have any other questions, I hope you'll indulge me for a sec.
Well, Madam Secretary, I've never been claimed as a expert on anything.
Well, in my eyes, maybe you are. So I'm sincerely wondering about the evolution of the energy efficiency programs that utilities are using and have been using. And I think about the times when you could order a box from utilities and they would send you an LED light, and when most people didn't know about LED lights. And so we were trying to, the industry was trying to introduce those and those kinds of things. And I'm just not sure what is being done right now with energy efficiency programs. And if you aren't familiar with them and you don't want to respond, it's fine. But where are we now with those? How have they evolved? Where are we as an industry?
I can't answer that wholly. Mm-hmm. I do know, they're running their own programs. Mm-hmm. They're doing a lot of the lighting still, although I don't know if you can go to anybody's home and find an incandescent light anymore. I don't know that. There's not many around. They are doing some weatherization programs for low income that, you know, I'm not well versed in all the investor-owned utilities right now, but the ones I know of, they're still doing those. Somebody I know just had foam insulation blown in their band boards in their basement, low income, so that helped out. I know somebody else got insulation blown in their attic. But I don't know what their targets are right now. I don't know how high those targets are for each individual utility.
Well, I guess for the record, I think it's really important. I think Grant might have said, you know, the best lowest cost energy is the one that we don't use. And so I think continuing to keep energy efficiency at the forefront is important. I just don't know what the appropriate process is for that. So wanted to hear your thoughts there.
Yeah.
We have a few more minutes. Is there any other questions from the committee? Are there any other questions? Anything else you want to leave us with, or do you have any questions for us?
You know, I just want to say this. It's been an honor to come here and talk with all of you. It really has. As I drive home tonight, I have to go to Monrovia first, where our son lives, and back to Evansville. But I feel that I have a lot to give to the state of Indiana. I appreciate everything they've done for me. I've lived here my whole life. I lived in southern Indiana, and I call southern Indiana Evansville or Posey County or Vanderburgh County. I really don't call Bloomington southern Indiana. Sorry about that, Lindsay. But I think the outcry of the people, now I have a lot to give back to try to help those folks some way and somehow with utility bills. And I know I can't legislate it anymore, but I think I can have a lot of input and a lot of questions for the utilities. So that's my 2 cents worth, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming. And I know I'm the last one. You all want to get out of here, but I really appreciate all your time and doing this.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate your time. We're really glad that you made the application and took the time to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you all
Thank you
very
for all
much.
your service to the state.
Okay, thank you.
For our listeners online, this concludes our day. We will start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We will have interviews tomorrow at 9, 9:50, 10:40, 11:30. We will break for lunch from 12:15 until 1:15. We'll start at 1:15, have interviews at 2:05, 2:55, 3:45, and then conclude at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.